So this is the second day of the Stream 3 hearing. The panel has one preliminary issue to advise both council staff and anyone who may be listening, and that is that our colleague Commissioner Williams has a personal conflict regarding potential heritage listing of the Austrian homes in Tapini Drive, and won't take any have any involvement in the consideration or decisions on that aspect of Heritage New Zealand's submission or the recommendations thereon. Does anyone else have any preliminary issues? So what's the order of batting?
Good morning. Yes, so I understand first off this morning be myself, Caroline Racklin, with 3 topics, and then after that will be Michael Racklin with contaminated land and hazardous substances. Would you like me to sort of do you have any thoughts on the order of the first 3 topics, heritage, trees and sites of significance? Okay.
Whatever suits.
Sure. Yes, I think it would be probably best to start off with historic heritage and then sites of significance, sites and areas of significance to Māori, mainly because there's a couple of points in the sites of significance to Māori topic that flow on from the historic heritage topic. And then finally with the notable trees topic. And so I've got a very short presentation which includes a couple of clarification points on the supplementary evidence that I provided, or just a summary of the supplementary evidence and a further error or update on that and the Section 42A Historic Heritage Report. So I'd be happy to go straight into that, and I can provide you with a copy. In terms of the experts, we have on the line Gregory Vossa and Ian Beaumont, who are experts on the historic heritage topic, and also David Spencer and Leon Saxon, who will be presenting on notable trees. Now, I understand they are happy to go straight to questions, but they're also aware, if you'd like a short summary, that's something they could consider as well. So should I start with my brief presentation, and I'll give you a copy.
Please do.
There's one for Ash as well. Tēnā koutou, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Caroline Elizabeth Racklin. I authored 3 reports for this hearing, including the Section 42A reports on historic heritage, sites and areas of significance to Māori, and notable trees. Submitted statements, evidence, and legal submissions were received that are relevant to these topics. I have provided supplementary planning evidence on these 3 topics, which I respond to. I have provided supplementary planning evidence on these 3 topics, within which I respond to the 2 expert witnessing reports on topics of historic heritage and notable trees. On my Section 42A reports, I considered there to be a number of issues of contention in relation to each topic. I can run through each of those, although they are set out in Section 1.4 of each Section 42A report. My 42A reports assessed the submissions and made recommendations on them. In my supplementary evidence, I address a number of topics and have recommended some changes. These are a minor addition to the introduction to Schedule 2 and Schedule 3, an addition to policy HHP 15-2 to include the words and the integrity of the heritage item or historic heritage site. A minor addition to the new recommended heritage listing, new entry HHB 034, to add a New Zealand Archaeological Association site number to the entry. To remove a Porirua tree from tree 008 in Schedule 5. That is consistent with my Section 42A report recommendation to amend the notable tree schedule entry for tree 008. I also wish to update on minor errors. I also updated in that supplementary evidence on some minor errors in my Section 42A report. I do have a further 2 errors or updates. These are, firstly, in my supplementary evidence, I agreed to the relief of Heritage New Zealand in regard to HHP 15 subdivision. I make a corresponding update to refer that I accept the Heritage New Zealand point reference 65.29. I also update page 25, paragraph 149 of my Historic Heritage Section 42A report in relation to Heritage New Zealand submission reference 65.65, that there should be an additional point added after HHB 023. This point is HHB 032, Stonewall 16 Sunset Parade. This is shown in Appendix B, but was not shown at page 25.
Can you just go slow there, please, Ms. Rackman? I'll just mark this up.
Oh, sure.
Paragraph 149.
Yeah.
And so can you just repeat that?
Yes, so at paragraph 149, there should be an additional bullet point added after HHB 023, the final bullet point. And that bullet point is HHB 032, Stonewall 16 Sunset Parade.
Just checking, make sure I'm not reading something different to what you're reading. I read the last existing bullet point is HHB 026 to Tahi Bay Machine Gun Post.
Oh, so I'll double check. Yes, that's correct. It should be after HHB 026.
Gotcha.
Yes, so that was shown in Appendix D, but not at that page 25. So just to end, I'd be happy to answer questions or provide points of clarification as requested by the Chair and Commissioners. I also understand all of the experts are happy to take questions as the order that you'd like to proceed with.
I think the way that we'll do this is that we'll start with your supplementary evidence on historic heritage, move to your 42A report on that subject.
Okay.
Commissioner Sinclair, would you like to go first? Anything on the supplementary statement first?
Paragraph 21. Thanks. This is increasing the clarity achieved by making the minor addition to Schedule 2. Sorry. Could you tell me more? Sorry, it might have been that I was reading it without the benefit of having the text in front of me. Under feature description, I'm just trying to understand how that addition is going to assist.
Yes, certainly. So currently it reads that, as stated there, that information under the feature description identifies what is included in the schedule entry for for each heritage item.
Yep.
So each heritage item has a tab saying feature description. So the next sentence is the interiors of heritage items are excluded unless specifically identified. So I've suggested the words under feature description there just to make it extra clear that that's what is meant.
Okay.
I thought it was reasonably clear, but I thought just for sort of make it even more certain that would be useful.
Thank you.
While we're on that subject, how many qualify? How many of these features are specifically identified or have interiors specifically identified under the feature description?
None of them.
You,
That raises an interesting question. Like Mr. Rayland started by noting that the feature description in some cases mentions the interior. Is your point that they're not specifically identified? Those interiors are not specifically identified, but they're just mentioned?
Yes, that's correct. So there are several items where there is reference within the statement of significance to elements of the interiors. The plan takes the approach that interiors are only included within the schedule, so afforded protection, if they're specifically notated under the feature description section of the schedule. So that's not to say that, it's not saying that none of those places have interior significance or interior features, but the plan has not specifically scheduled any, at least at this time. So it's setting it up as a policy framework for potential future work should interiors be included at a later time.
Can you give us an example so we can of one that does mention interiors, so we understand the distinction you're drawing?
Yes, and that was given in Dean Raymond from Heritage New Zealand's evidence. An example would be so HHA004 on page 66 of the 42A report. That's F Ward building at Porirua Hospital. So that references, I'm not sure if this is the one that was, if I can recall if this was mentioned in Mr. Raymond's evidence, but it certainly has, in the statement of significance, there's a reference under paragraph 2 to original isolation cells.
Which are part of the interior.
Yes, yes.
Just swinging with it. I wonder whether the distinction you're drawing might be quite hard in practice, because that is a specific reference to an interior. Does it need to say something like, unless the scheduling of or unless the feature description specifically says that the interior is included in the scheduling? Because to me that is specifically identified.
Yes, I take your point. I think it could be even clearer to, to perhaps make a change to the start of both of those schedules, just to make it very clear that unless it's specifically referenced under feature description.
Or alternatively say there are none at present.
Yep, yes, yeah.
so that no one can get cute and say what's currently there
Yeah.
would be sufficient.
So would that go at the beginning of some amendment wording at the beginning of Schedule 2, Group A, in those introduction paragraphs? Or where would it go?
Yes, I think it would be suitable at the beginning of those introductory paragraphs, but whether then that would take the approach of making it clear in the introduction. It could be something I'd like to have a further think about for the right of reply, because there is quite, and I've looked at other plans in this aspect, and you can get into referencing things like a features description excluding interiors, and I'm not sure we need to go down that track. I think it's better potentially to, if interiors are included, that you specifically reference them. So I think the introduction would be a preferable place, but it would be something useful to look a bit further into so it's sufficiently clear but not repetitive.
Well, given the experts' agreement that the interior of the Gear homestead is at least a candidate, you clearly wouldn't want to exclude interiors entirely, because and that the experts are saying, well, clearly interiors can meet that standard if on analysis. Yeah.
Yes, I'd be certainly happy to have a further closer look at the wording, just so it's clear that effectively they're a non-schedule, but that it doesn't prevent other interiors being added to the schedule.
Sorry, Commissioner. Having asked you to go first, I then took over.
So, to the interior of the Gear homestead. So, again, that and any other work on what interiors might be included and whether they'd be in the plan. At present, you're saying that should be through a further plan change process rather than an amendment to the plan.
Thank you, Commissioner St Clair. So on the interior of Gear Homestead, at paragraphs 29 and 30, I have recognised the experts' in principle agreement about the potential merit of the interior, and then I've set out how I consider there's not time to fully respond to the issue in the supplementary evidence, and I present two options. The first being through this current process. So, for instance, through a right of reply, potentially, I do question whether it could be through the right of replies within the current timeframes, whether some sort of deferred right of reply, or the other second option would be through a subsequent plan change process. So I have put forward two options, so potentially through this process or potentially through a plan change if that were initiated. But that's also all subject to whether the technical work was done to confirm that it merited listing. So that, and then the consideration would need to be undertaken as to whether it should be included.
That would have, in effect, be the 32AA justification for including it as well. And have you spoken with any of the experts about what's involved and how long that process might take?
I'm not aware how long the process would take. From the expert conferencing, they've indicated that there's a set of steps of work that it would take. So it would be interesting to hear from the experts on how long that would take.
Sure.
But yes, from what my understanding is that it's not necessarily a short piece of work because it would require quite detailed technical work.
Mr. Chair, could I ask that the council's expert officers, when it's their time to talk to us, that they address that
Yes,
matter?
certainly.
Yep.
Can I just add, Ms. Racklin, I think that we need a clear recommendation from you if you're asking for more time for the reply in order to undertake that work, we need to know that, well, at latest by Friday, when the hearing's scheduled to close, and obviously we'd want to know exactly how much more time, because that would mean we would be deferring our deliberations potentially. So I think that it's in the, don't answer that question now, think about it, but I think that we need a clear recommendation as to what is the council's position on this. Are you going to roll forward and look at the further work and incorporate it in your reply, or are you going to proceed to Plan B and say this is a matter for a future plan change?
Thank you for that, Commissioners. It would be useful, obviously, to hear from Mr Vossler and Mr Bowman before we...
As to what's involved and how long
As to
it
what's
will
involved, yes. And obviously, the other thing that we'll be bearing in mind, it is a council-owned property, of course, as well.
So that was going to be my next question, which was about for that, it's possibly somewhat simpler because it is a council-owned property in terms of consulting with that,
Yes,
Consulting with itself.
with itself, yes.
just in response to that comment I made about the timeframes, I was just thinking solely on this topic in terms of the right of reply, not the wider hearing stream 3. And I think, yes, just in terms of natural justice issues, I think it being a council-owned property it's a less sharp focus in terms of natural justice than, for instance, the Austrian Bay houses, which involve more landowners, affected parties.
Yes, which is next in your evidence, yes, in your supplementary. From my recollection, there's 42 of these Austrian Bay state houses? 42. And so I was, if they were going to be included, has anybody, what sort of work's being done or what have you to get it to a stage that it could be included through the technical work and also the Section 32AA consultation, all that sort of thing? Where's that at?
So this is very fresh in terms of the expert conferencing reports, having just been received last week. So I set out in my supplementary evidence that I consider from what was noted in the expert conferencing that appears to be a considerable amount of work, and that I consider that there's not time to fully respond to this issue through the hearings, and I think this is a plan change process matter. However, I'd just like to caveat that with the natural justice, there's many landowners issues, so I think that's, that would be, the technical work would need to be done, but then there's the wider question about if and when the council was to promulgate a plan change on this matter. But notwithstanding that, and again, it would be useful to hear from the experts, but from what I read in the expert witness conference statement, it appeared to be a considerable amount of work.
Yeah.
Whether Gina wanted to add any.
In your statement here, you referred to it as what it was, the consideration of the inclusion of, I thought it was some, but not all of those houses potentially. Sort of need to know about which ones made it and why compared to those that didn't.
Which paragraph?
Sorry, I probably didn't highlight it, but I thought it was rather than the whole 42, it was only some of them. So I might have read that incorrectly. I can't find it just at the moment. So, and when it's if you're the correct person to answer this, it would be an area, so it would be what defined on the plan like a zone, is that the,
Yes, if it was to be considered an area, it would have a spatial overlay, I
Right.
understand. And yes, the expert conferencing talked about the experts at paragraph 32 of my evidence that they're looking at a representative selection. So
sorry, it's that representative selection,
Yeah.
that's what I understood, that would only
Yes.
be some rather than all. Yeah,
But the 42 could be the representative selection.
yeah. Yes,
I think that would be, yes, the case that subset in Alison Dangerfield from Heritage New Zealand would be that's what they've put forward and talked about. She said as a representative selection. Just the other thing, in terms of the Te Tahi Bay, these houses, something else to think about through any plan change process would be the nature of any provisions. So the historic heritage site provisions are very much tailored for site-by-site matters. So again, that's just a factor in the scale of that work, I would add.
thank you.
Ms. Racklin, I only had one other question, and that relates to integrity. In the sense that Mr. Raymond and Ms. Dangerfield were using it, and that you recommend that it be used, is the integrity of a heritage item or a site something different to its heritage values? If like what to be, that's an open question, but to be clear about what I'm talking about, if you were to protect associated heritage values, would you necessarily be protecting the integrity of the site, or wouldn't you?
Yes, I did carefully consider that myself when reviewing the evidence, and it doesn't, integrity is not listed in one of the 6 criteria in policy 2021 of the RPS. So I thought that it added or reinforced matters in the round for historic heritage, and yes, potentially it is part of heritage values, but that would be something I'd need to, perhaps an expert might be able to a heritage expert be able to explain whether that's the case or not. But I thought from the reading both Alison Dangerfield and Dean Raymond's evidence that it was a suitable addition, and it would add or reinforce what was already been stated about integrity.
Calling being clear about what I'm talking about, this is the picky lawyer's point. Is it and, or is it including?
I think perhaps including.
Well, so that's, I'll ask Mr. Raymond that question too, but that's something for you to think about. Well, Commissioner Pomare, anything?
Nothing further on the.
Mr. Williams, anything except the Astron houses for you, Commissioner?
No further questions.
Well, in that case, we'll go on to your 42A report, Ms. Racklin. And we'll do that in the same order. So, Commissioner Sinclair.
I'm on pages 13 and 14 of the 42A report, paragraphs 85 and 86. And this is in relation to what I understand is Kaingaroa seeking outstanding national or regional significance, outstanding national or outstanding regional, I think is what they're seeking. And is outstanding historic heritage, is that something that's referred to in the higher order documents such as the RPS or in the RMA or maybe some other document outside that's used for heritage classification? That outstanding, is that something that's usual to be used in that manner?
So in terms of the regional policy statement, the focus there is on identifying, and this is from the wording of Policy 28, that uses the word significant historic heritage values, and the words outstanding don't appear in that policy. I'm just double checking that. And these policies, policy HHP1 of the PDP refers to the Group A buildings, items and associated features that have outstanding national or regional significance. And then under Group B, it's have national, regional or local significance. In terms of other documents, the Heritage New Zealand list has 2 heritage categories, and I'd have to just check to see what they use, but in terms of where the PDP gets its direction from, it is primarily from the RPS, and also the council did a plan change. I think that was made operative from back in about 2014. I did refer to that. So this historic heritage chapter builds on that earlier work.
Just to clarify that further for you, Commissioners, so existing policy HH 3.1.2 of the operative plan refers to...
Can you say that again?
Sorry, sorry, that was a bit quick. Policy HH 3.1.2
Thank you.
of the operative plan refers to historic heritage Group A buildings, being those that have outstanding national or regional significance. So consistency with what was already in the operative plan.
What is it? Does anyone else use outstanding in the same manner? It's where I'm going with this is you've got the protection of outstanding natural features and landscapes, but that's not the terminology that's used under F for historic heritage. And so I'm trying to work out whether, despite what Ms. Sweetman said, that it's already in the plan and it's been adopted for consistency, is outstanding something that's different in this case? How is it used elsewhere? That type of thing.
Yes, sure. So the Christchurch City Council district plan, I could check that for the right of reply, but from memory that I think uses highly significant and significant. And I've just had a look at the Heritage New Zealand Category 1 and Category 2 places. Obviously that's different because that's different to a district plan, but they do use the words for Category 1 for historic places, such as archaeological sites, buildings or memorials. They use historic places that are of special or outstanding historical or cultural significance or value, and Category 2 is historic places are of historical or cultural significance or value. So it varies, I think, around the country as to what is used. But I think a key thing is this is building on the two group differentiation that was built into the plan through that prior plan change. The other point to make would be that Mr. Vossler might be able to expand on that a little because he was involved in that prior plan change.
Great, thank you.
Yes. Just sort of picking up on the comments that have already been made. Yeah, in terms of the preceding plan change, it was largely sort of building on the terminology that was used in the Heritage New Zealand legislation. Bearing in mind the fact that the point that Ms. Racklin has already mentioned, that there is a lot of variation in that sort of within plans as to how places are articulated, and that's sort of within policies. And the point behind the use of the term outstanding was for the reasons that Ms. Racklin already mentioned, which was to differentiate the A and B groupings.
I have an issue, a related issue, Ms. Racklin. The schedules don't actually use that terminology. They just say historic heritage items group A without saying what that is intended to signify. Does it need to cross-reference back to the policy, or alternatively have some explanation that that is what this list is seeking to do?
Yes, so that's correct. The schedules do not state the words outstanding, for instance, for Group A. But yeah, the lead policy on that about historic heritage categories, HHP2, does reference that. That is something I could certainly consider further if it would draw those linkages more clearly.
Something for you to ponder.
Yeah.
Sorry, Commissioner. Keep rolling.
Thank you. Repositioning and relocation of historic heritage items. Yeah, and this is about if the site is in imminent danger and it's due to, in Heritage New Zealand, they refer, due to threats. I did wonder if maybe the word risks might be better, but it's this imminent danger. Do you have an idea? Imminent danger, I'm trying to imagine what that might be. In terms of they're seeking this change, but I'm trying to understand what from a council's perspective, they're talking about the relocations due to threats, which, and also the retaining of all the means in B. Means of retaining the structure in its current location have been exhausted. But it didn't seem to mention at what cost or anything like that. So if you could explain your assessment in relation to that.
Yes, so I read that relief and decision requested together with the wording and the policy, and there was a focus in the relief that was sought from Heritage New Zealand under their new A, that the relocation is necessary due to the threats to the heritage item from natural hazards identified in the natural hazards chapter. So, for example, flooding would be one example.
Okay. And the second part in relation to the retaining the structure, all have been exhausted. I try to understand how wide or whatever you think that might be. How wide in terms of, it doesn't have anything about it being reasonable, cost effective or anything. You seems quite open-ended.
Yes, I'd interpret that to mean, in that context, I mean, yeah, it would be interesting to hear from Heritage New Zealand on this. And I just note that Dean Raymond does cover this in his evidence, but all other means of retaining would be just, I think, looking at what are the other range of options for a heritage item. Maybe it's things like relocating on a site or repositioning on a site or relocating off a site. Yeah, things like repairs, but that might be difficult if you're at an imminent risk from flooding. So, yeah.
I'd be concerned about the, if it's an imminent risk of flooding, then there's probably not a lot other than sandbagging that you might be able to do. Sort of the difference between imminent and then how long it would take you, or one, to get a consent to move it, let alone to actually physically do anything.
The other one might be seismic issues, earthquake matters.
Well, I suppose to give you a classic example, as is well known, the cathedral in Christchurch Square has been sitting in a state of disrepair for nigh on 10 years. Is that an imminent danger? Does that qualify? Like it looks a wreck. The last time I was there, but presumably it would be an imminent danger if there was another large shake. But does that qualify?
Just in terms of the cathedral, I understand it's going through a restoration process.
It is now.
Yeah.
After much angst.
Yes.
And various people coming to the party with large amounts of money.
Yeah, so, and I think that would be an issue really in terms of reading that submission, that it wasn't clear what was meant by imminent danger. But the wording was linked to the natural hazards chapter, that it's necessary, and all other means have been looked at. So, I mean, it's all a case of factor and degree, I think, to what extent is a place damaged and to what extent are there other options to be exhausted.
Like we had this discussion with Mr. McNell on Friday in that context. But of course, you have imminent hazards, in which case, by definition, it's too late to run out and get a consent. And slow-moving train wrecks, like, for instance, future flood risk, somewhere like where you have an elevated AEP, similarly like a seismic risk, at the point when it's imminent, it's already too late. to do anything. And whether you need a test that is, as the Commissioner suggests, is more clearly focused on risk.
Yes, I take your point on that. That imminent is, yeah, it's going to happen. It's very clearly, but yeah, I'd just like to say, so in terms of that submission point, I didn't accept that submission point. I recommended it was rejected, but another part of the Heritage New Zealand matter was accepted in part.
Yes, we know we were asking you to defend their submission
Yes.
when you don't actually agree with it, but,
Wait a no.
but that's what you get for being first up.
Yes.
I'm sure Mr Raymond is listening in and will be addressing that to you, Commissioners.
Well, he will now if he wasn't before.
Yes.
While we're on relocation, I had a question about whether there should be a policy differential for relocation and as between Group A and Group B in the same way that there is for demolition. I.e., there should be a higher test for Group A than it is for Group B.
Did you want me to respond? Oh,
Please.
yes. Yes, I did carefully consider this, and I've covered this in that section of my evidence about the request from Heritage New Zealand to make Group A a non-compliant activity beyond a heritage setting. And I disagreed with that relief. I thought that the discretionary activity was the correct setting, and especially looking at the policy direction, which is set in HHP 12. So any proposal would need to go through a robust assessment. So I've discussed in my evidence that the discretionary status still allows for a case-by-case test. It doesn't mean that relocation would be granted. So it's still a very high test. And I also noted that the relief is sometimes useful to differentiate, but on that particular matter, I think as a package it works for there not to be a differentiation.
Yes, like was that specific comment about that it's full DA for both in your recommendation that prompted me to wonder whether the policy should be differentiating them, because instinctively you would think it should be a higher test, but does the policy actually say that? A higher test for your Group A matters.
Sorry, it doesn't specifically state no for Group A or Group B. However, what is taken into account is the heritage values of each place, and so that whether it's Group A or Group B would be factored in. But yes, I do recognise that there isn't a distinction in the policy, and yeah, I don't believe that there was a submission specifically on that point. In terms of the policy, that is.
It may be pushing it, but that might be consequential on the Heritage New Zealand relief. If they're seeking a more onerous rule standard, then the next question is, well, so you could maybe jimmy it into that submission, but I'm more interested in at the moment in your view on the merits.
Yes, so I would like to say that I think there is potential merit in that, and I'd like to consider that further through the writer reply. And I'd just having a think about precedent for that, and the demolition policy does differentiate between Group A and Group B.
Yes, that's what prompted me to think about it. Sorry, Commissioner, roll on.
Pages 25, 26, just including these further heritage features, and you talked this morning about adding in, was it HHB 032 into the list on 149. So this, I'm just trying to understand, the submission here is about the fact that there's no heritage setting identified within the plan, and could you explain, is there any guidance in the RPS about what should be included, maybe in relation to the description of heritage settings or anything like that? Maybe there's not, but yeah, just to articulate why it is that you don't think that those the settings are required.
So I'm just jotting down that I think there's two questions to respond to. One is about the RPS and one is about those particular settings. So the RPS does use under policy 21E surroundings, and that's the setting, and it states the setting or context of the place that contributes to an appreciation and understanding of its character, history, and other development. So the PDP approach, we have a definition of heritage setting, and that talks about the extent of the setting and it being integral to the heritage values of the item. I could bring up the particular definition, but there is, I think the key thing is that it's direction in the RPS, but it doesn't specifically state how you should measure it as such. So the plan takes the approach of it's often to the site, but sometimes it's a smaller area than the site. And on those 8 heritage items which do not have a heritage setting, I consider that there's potential merit. There's potential to look into through a plan change process whether any of those items firstly need a setting relative to the heritage item, and if they do, then I consider there will be a detailed set of work to understand what exactly is that setting, the spatial extent of it. So it's not to say that they don't warrant a setting, it's just that it needs careful consideration.
In relation to those 8, is there the possibility that some of those settings might include land that's beyond the actual individual feature itself that would require consultation with other parties in terms of the railway station, for instance, depending on what it is. It might be that it affects other parts of Kiwi Rail land or something like that.
It just depends on a site-by-site basis. Yeah, so an example could be the railway station, or, for instance, the machine gun posts, where a setting, it could be quite small or it could be quite large, and the settings do tend to be smaller than the site, not larger. But for some of these places, they have a buffer around them, or it might be X many metres in one direction and X many metres in another direction. But yes, I think that the point is that there is a detailed set of work to do, and I mean the heritage experts may be able to speak to that more fully, but it requires a technical confirmation, and liaison or engagement with landowners as well.
Thank you.
That could be provided for in a plan change process.
I'm over the page now to 159. Going to try and work out how to cover this off as a question where the statement refers to the, for the interior of the hospital, original isolation cells as well as relics of treatment. Is treatment the correct description of what occurred to the people? It's just, I'm not sure all of them probably saw it as treatment. There's probably no submission seeking that be amended, but
Yeah, I see your point about the choice of wording. Yeah, there's no submission on that specifically, and I think potentially it's a carryover from the previous plan, but it's something.
no.
Yeah.
Okay. Page 34, the definitions of maintenance and repairs. I'm trying to understand if we were making decisions on this part about maintenance and repair, and just because it has a lot of implications in terms of infrastructure and that as well, about what maintenance and repair is. Is maintenance repair in relation to historic heritage separate, or is it something that we need to consider when we're looking at maintenance repair for infrastructure? It's also something that Transpower often raise in terms of relative to what those words mean in relation to their the national direction that they rely on. Is it separate in here, or is it something that we need to consider as a whole with across these other activities?
Commissioner Sinclair, I'll answer that. The infrastructure section 42A has a assessment on maintenance and repair as it's used within the infrastructure context. So it does discuss the relationship with the historic heritage definitions
okay.
of maintenance
I'll leave that
and
question to
repair.
that one.
Yeah.
Okay, no, thank you. Don't have anything further, thank you.
Oh, Commissioner Williams.
Thank you, Ms. Reckland. I have a question on the animal grazing on historic heritage sites. I suppose looking at the cultural heritage report as well, the same issue has been raised. And I suppose my question to you is, why would you not have a policy that differentiates between different types of grazing if, in fact, something like cattle grazing can cause harm, given that the grazing situation can change at the whim of a landowner or what is seasonally happening at any time?
Yes, so on animal grazing, so that relief, was differentiated. The relief sought from the submitters was differentiating between smaller animals such as sheep versus cattle, for instance. And I did recognise those concerns. However, I don't feel like a sufficient fine-grained analysis has been undertaken as to the extent that it is an issue for any particular site, and then thinking about what other measures could be put in place, and such as through other management plans. And I did read the evidence of Dean Raymond on that, and noted that he discussed that in his evidence. Overall, I think that is a potential issue, but it hasn't been thoroughly sort of tested as to which particular sites it's an issue for. And I noted that Mr. Raymond did sort of start to refine that in his evidence in relation to a smaller subset. And I think the big issue, like the sites of significance to Māori, for instance, they range from quite small sites to very large areas, such as up at Battle Hill Farm, such as up at Battle Hill. And yeah, it could be potentially very onerous to sort of not allow the grazing of certain animals through a blanket rule. I don't know if that answers your question, but...
Yes, I suppose I can understand that, but I was also considering that just because the activity doesn't occur at the moment, there's no reason why it may not occur at some future time, and that I was interested that you didn't feel there needed to be provision in the plan to manage that, or are you saying that you think there are better tools, there are better places such as management plans to deal with that?
A mixture of the two. I think it would be useful to look at on particular, if this was to be looked at more fully, are there any particular sites that are at risk or there's an issue? What mechanisms are being put in place already to address that, such as fencing or otherwise, or other measures? And then to look carefully at those non-regulatory measures. Is there a need to go beyond that and put something into the plan? So, yes, I think there are potential issues, but just needs a fine-grained look at it.
Right, and I suppose that brings me to my second question, which is that it seems to me there's quite a piece of work that's developing here about what might happen and then be the subject of a future plan change. And I mean, would you or maybe some of the experts consider whether it's worthwhile looking at every item on the heritage interest and just thinking about its interior, its setting, or the potential grazing? I mean, I'm interested at how much work was done for the 2000. I mean, what was the nature of the work done in the 2014 plan change that set up? I'm just trying to find my reference here to it. The Plan Change 15, made operative in 2014 in response to the elevation of the protection of historic heritage in the RMA in 2003. So, I'm sort of interested as to what work was done to bring us to this point. Were there existing items that was simply carried through the plan process to be embedded in this PDP?
Yes, so that was before my time with the council, but yes, my understanding from the Section 32 analysis and looking at the plan change from 2014 and the changes that this PDP heritage chapter and schedules does embed a lot of and builds on the prior work. For instance, it's more current and focused around things like seismic earthquake measures, earthquake strengthening measures, for instance. So it's a continuation because it's a reasonably recent plan change.
Right. Okay, well, it will be interesting, I suppose, as this progresses, working out just how large a piece of work might be required to look at fleshing out some of those descriptions. Thank you.
Commissioner Pomare.
Kia ora, Ms Brackland. Thank you very much for your Section 42A report and for your further clarification provided through the supplementary evidence this morning. Just a couple of questions remain for me, all the way back at page 8 of your Section 42A report. You discuss there the request from Te Runanga or Tō Rangatira in relation to, they're seeking to be notified in response to accidental discoveries of wāhi tapu and sites and areas of significance to Māori. And they provided quite a compelling reason for this request. But you have assessed that and disagreed with their request for further wording around that on the basis, as I understand it, that it relates to a separate process that's outside of the PDP and that's managed by Heritage New Zealand. But I note and as part of your assessment, you have noted there at paragraph 54, I think it's 54, that 52, that Heritage New Zealand does support the Runanga's request. So I just wanted to really get some clarity from you as to what your rationale is around rejecting that point from the Runanga. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Pomeray. I did spend quite a bit of time thinking about this one because I noted what was being requested and the substantial reason, and also the Heritage New Zealand support. But when I looked at it really carefully, I thought that it is a process that's run through Heritage New Zealand, and I think it's appropriate to leave that process type matter to them because they administer the Archaeological Association requirements. Mm-hmm. I certainly recognise the point from Te Runanga and the potential, and as to why they would want to be notified, but I didn't think it was appropriate for this plan to get into those process matters under the Heritage New Zealand Puhere Te Onga Act. And the Archaeological Association requirements under those other processes.
Okay, well, thanks for your explanation. Just on that though, the appendix does, and noting that it's been relocated, but Appendix 16 does provide a little bit of detail there around notification, requirements to contact the police, for instance, if human remains are found. Would the Runanga, do you think, equally qualify in terms of, being an affected party in respect of a site that might have human remains, for instance, koiwi or taonga, that are uncovered? And having an established connection with that site through whatever might be found there, do you think that, in a similar way to the police having to perform their role, that tangata whenua should equally, in the context of this policy, have the opportunity to carry out their role?
Yes, in answer to your question, I think it's very possible that they may be an affected party depending on it's starting to get into quite detailed archaeological matters, but from my understanding anyway, it's quite possible they would be. But I also understand it's Heritage New Zealand's responsibilities to determine who to go to as those affected parties for matters such as archaeological authorities. So I wouldn't want the plan to preempt that, and it's because it's a process matter for Heritage New Zealand. Okay.
Thanks for your response to that. Just moving into the Schedule 2 items on page 64, Group A, and the explanation there about the detail on the HNZPT or NZAA information being provided in Schedule 2 for information purposes only. Does that also apply to the tangata whenua values that have been incorporated into the statements of significance? Is that the basis upon which those values have been included? Or has there been some additional consultation with the Runanga, for instance, to incorporate those values? And there are a number, I've marked the pages actually, where there are sites or buildings that have tangata whenua values associated with them or with the site that have been mentioned. And I just wanted to get some clarification from you as to the background to that and what, if any, significance that would have in terms of how any activity might be assessed through the consenting process.
Can I just ask you through the chair, Commissioner Palmieri, which submission point are you particularly referring to in terms of that clarification?
I'm referring to the Schedule 2 Historic Heritage Items, Group A, and the explanation provided in the introductory section around the information that's been provided for information purposes only.
I think the message behind the question is there a submission point to change it, even if we don't agree with it?
But the whole process of identifying the values are probably questions best addressed when it's their turn to Mr. Vossler and Mr. Bowman, who were responsible for doing the necessary evaluations.
Yes. All right, thank you for that. But from a planning perspective, and noting the national planning standards, which you've referred to in your Section 42A report as requiring a clear separation between sites and areas of Māori significance as opposed to historic heritage sites generally. I take it that you are comfortable in terms of the way in which that's been done in identifying these sites and in providing the statements of significance in relation to them, that there isn't any, clearly there are tangata whenua values mentioned here, and then in relation to the Māori sites of significance, there are also archaeological, scientific and historic values mentioned in relation to those as well. So by separating out the management of those groups of sites, you're comfortable from a planning perspective that there is a clear separation and pathway for managing activities.
Yes, I'm comfortable with the way it's been presented, and I think it's not always black and white. There are some sites which have value to they're in the historic heritage sites schedule and in the sites of significance to Māori schedule, and those under Schedule 2 and 3 have gone through this particular process of evaluation under the RPS criteria, which has been embedded in the PDP. There's been work with Te Runanga for Ngāti Toa Rangatira around the sites of significance to Māori. It comes back to the national planning standards have required us to separate them out. So it's not necessarily always a natural or easy distinction to do. So, but I'm comfortable with the way it's been presented. But if there's anything particular to have a look at further, that would be possible. Although I'm just taking Ms. Sweetman's point about where the basis for that would be quite clear.
Just perhaps one more question. Just checking my notes here. And it may be better addressed, I think, to the experts. But just in a general sense, for instance, if we go to page 100 where Ngāti Tō Domain is scheduled there, and it's an area of historic significance that's been identified containing a number of sites, including Māori sites of significance. And I'd hazard a guess, but I'm not sure, that the NZAA sites that are listed there, some of those would no doubt include Māori sites of significance. So in terms of the rules that relate to schedule, which schedule is this? I think this is schedule 3. Are you comfortable that there's no inconsistency in terms of the rules that would apply to sites that are potentially actually Māori sites of significance within Schedule 3 and the rules that apply to Schedule 6?
Yes, so some of the rules in both of those chapters are quite similar around things like earthworks and in the sites and areas of significance to Māori chapter, demolition or destruction is non-complying.
Yes.
And for historic heritage, for instance, it's non-compliant activity for demolition, including part demolition. But it'll be a case of what's been applied for. So a Ngāti Toa domain, it might be quite a different application that's been applied for as opposed to the Gear Homestead for interior works.
Yes.
So I don't see that there's a conflict. I think they probably complement each other more than anything. And it would be a case of, and I heard this come up with the Mr. McNalbin question and Ms. Sweetman about under the SNAs, that it would be the highest activity status that would apply. So that gives that full,
Yes.
robust assessment
Yeah.
for each particular cultural feature.
That's helpful, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Question for you, Ms. Racklin, about your paragraph 46, use the word minimise. One of the issues that was that we've considered have to consider in stream 1 is whether the term minimise should be defined, and in particular to incorporate elements of practicability as opposed to possibility. Would your recommendation change if it were to minimise did mean minimise as far as practicable?
Sorry, which paragraph was it? Paragraph.
It's the top two, 47 and 48. You're considering
Oh, yeah.
Wakaku Tahi's submission, replace minimise with mitigate, and you are happy with minimise in that context. But would that view change if it were minimise meant as far as practicable?
Yes, I think there is. I think it potentially would. That in that context, any measures to minimise the risk of damage, in the context of where practicable, could be appropriate. You would want to reduce it to the most extent possible, but yeah, I think potentially in that case. Extent practicable could work, but I thought mitigate was perhaps not as strong. Oh, actually, no, sorry. Would that read then any measures to mitigate the risk of damage to the heritage item where practicable?
No, I think that what we're talking about is to define minimise to mean to reduce to the extent practicable.
Yeah.
I think the issue with, I understand your point about mitigation, but I just want to make sure that in terms of the consequential effects, so I think that's fine, I understand where you're coming from.
Would I possibly be able to clarify there that
Oh, yeah, it's safe.
Yeah.
If you want to think about it further, then
Yeah.
then you always have the right to change your mind when the council replies from the verbal answers you give us.
Yep.
That I think that's a given. The I was trying to follow your reasoning at paragraph, page 23. You're here talking about providing or the FEN's request to add specific reference to gaining access in the event of an emergency. And I was trying to think, what's the point of a policy and a plan to govern an emergency? Like, it's not like the FEN's going to rock up. Oh, we need a consent. What's the policy chain? What's the policy say? Because, as we know, by the time any consent we've considered, if the building was going to burn down, it would be gone. If it wasn't, it won't. As I say, so what is the point of making provision for an emergency in this sort of context?
Well, it's linked to section 330A of the Resource Management Act and requirements around emergency work. So it's just making it clear for any resource consents that might need to be applied for after that. It's not to say you need to stop and do this assessment before you rush into the building. It's a after the event matter to say the plan clearly anticipated that this sort of circumstance may occur and not to put applicants through an unnecessary hurdle. It's recognising that there will be extraordinary circumstances.
Okay, so I haven't gone back and looked at 338A. Does that require the actor who has responded to the emergency to apply for a retrospective consent?
Yes, that's my understanding that it relates to resource consents for emergency work, so it'd be the retrospective.
And just to clarify for you further, Commissioners, that those powers under Section 330 and 330A of the Act are really only limited into who can actually undertake them and then apply for retrospective consent. So it's particularly public works for where a person has financial responsibility, a council, a network utility operator, or lifeline utility operator who have those powers. So Fire and Emergency New Zealand would generally fall within that, I would think. We can clarify that further.
So I just haven't gone back and read it. It may be perfectly clear on the face of the section. In paragraph 31, talking about the definition, of why, so, page 31, sorry. Page 31, page 32. Talking about the definition of heritage values and the additions that Heritage New Zealand is seeking. Is there an issue currently with the fact that it means the following values which contribute, and they're all cumulative, so that if you have something that doesn't have all of those values, it doesn't qualify? Like, that's what's underlying the submission.
So the recommendation on that is to just keep with it's the 7 values which draw on the RPS, the values which range, for instance, from historic values, physical values, through to representativeness. And within each of those values assessment, that does integrate a range of matters. Like, for instance, under B of the RPS, under physical values, there are 6 separate subpoints. So there is under each of those is a particular matters that are considered. So the plan takes the approach of drawing on those RPS values that's what the plan has been directed to do. And in the recommendation that I made, actually in response to one of the other submissions, was I think it was the Kaingaora submission, to actually put or after the F, rarity, instead of and also, this is on page 33, and to also add 1 or more values, just to make it clear that the assessment undertaken, that a place only needs to meet one of those values to be included. It doesn't have to meet every of those 7 values.
If you're going to do that, I understand that logic. That looking at the last one, representativeness, the keep it clear about what I doodled on the margin. Does that require greater clarity? That I think of course, where representativeness is used as a criterion in the definition of S&As as well, because as I well, part of your answer saying, well, I think as I read it, that you don't need clarity as well. The experts know what it means, but does it need clarification on the face of the plan so the plan readers know what it means?
So the method of assessment has been addressed in the Section 32A report, and Mr. Vossler and Mr. M. Bowman have addressed the methodology matter as well in their evidence. There's 2 ways of approaching this. I think if you were drafting from the outset, you could potentially have further clarification of what each criteria means, whether it's in the policy or in a schedule. Just in terms of a submission on it, I don't think we have a submission that would state that you need to clarify each and every one. So I think to clarify what one of them means without the others might create a little bit of inconsistency potentially. Yeah.
Commissioner.
Is there, isn't there something in policy 21 of the RPS that sets out what each of these criteria are about, with a specific reference for representativeness?
Yes. The RPS policy does cover that. Also, it may be that the heritage experts might be able to clarify further what is meant by each of those in terms of a practical interpretation and application in their assessments.
Yeah, well, maybe the issue, in the light of what the Commissioner's just drawn my attention to, the issue that prompted me to ask you the question could be solved just simply by an advice note referring back to the RPS policy.
I'll make a note to look into that.
That's all I had. So I think that's all on here, historic heritage. Is your plan to have hear from Mr. Bowman and Mr. Bosler now, or will we do the sites of significance to Maori first?
I think it would be useful to hear from them now. I'd be happy to do that if they are happy. Yeah.
Well, I was thinking that we might have morning tea before we hear from them.
Yes,
If if that is the plan, that will. I think that has merit. That while we're in a historic mode, we'll run with that and hear from Mr. Foster and Mr. Bowman, and then they can bow out, and then we'll carry on. So we'll break for morning tea. restart. We have I think a tag team operation with Mr. Vossler and Mr. Bowman. So, gentlemen, how do you want to handle this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As Ms. Racklin indicated at the outset, we're quite happy to commence by just taking questions unless the panel is of a mind that it would like us to go through our joint statement of evidence.
I think for myself, I think that your joint evidence and the witness statement are quite short and directed, so we'll just go straight to questions. Commissioner Sinclair.
Thank you. So in terms of the Mr. Vossler, Mr. Bowman, since it's joint evidence, decide between yourselves, I suppose, who's going to answer the question. My first question was in relation to the 13.2, pages 4 and 5, and just about the recommendation for the inclusion of the war memorial and the roadblock in Schedule 3. What was it in particular in the RPS to, I was going to call it, further support the inclusion of those items? Was there anything in the RPS that supported the further inclusion of those items?
Yes, I think there, if you look at paragraph 13.1 and 13.2, what that attempts to do is to set out the rationale behind why those particular places were considered to be worthy of consideration for inclusion in the schedule. Mm-hmm. And bracketed behind, at the end of each of those bullet points, is the value. Right. That corresponds with the values contained within policies 21 and also within HHP1 of the PDP.
Thank you. Because I haven't looked, in Ms. Racklin's section 42A and in response to the questions from the chair about this only meeting one or more of the criteria that are set out in policy 21. Is it quite clear in policy 21 of the RPS that it's only one or more of those criteria that need to be addressed?
Yes, that is correct. Under one or more of the following criteria, and it goes through A to G. So it doesn't have to be cumulative, have to be representative of each of those values. So it just needs to have one.
And just while we're on that topic, would you, either of you gentlemen, like to comment on the, this is the point, again, raised by the chair with the example of representativeness and how that was referred to, that's referred to in the RPS as along with the other values, and it's, in the RPS it's almost set out like they, I don't know, the word is representativeness, colon, and then the description. Is there sufficient detail in the RPS policy in terms of reflecting those things as to what they mean? and the chair's suggestion that maybe look at an advice note referring back to that policy to clarify that so that everybody knows what each of those terms means?
Yeah, Commissioner Sinclair, well, there's really sort of two elements to this. One is the description that's contained within Policy 21 itself. And then as a supplementary guide, the Regional Council in 2010 prepared a guide to historic heritage identification, which goes into each of those values in further depth. So coming back to your question about incorporation of an advice note or something of that nature, yes, I think that would assist, and it would certainly sort of enhance the meaning that users extract as to what these terms actually mean.
Okay. Thank you. On paragraph 34, just referring to the scheduling of the heritage item interiors, can you tell me if there's other, I'm interested in other plans that have potentially addressed the interiors of heritage items or in a RMA plan compared to how those features might be addressed through a heritage order or something, classification or whatever the requirements are under Heritage New Zealand. Is there a difference between interiors being addressed under the RMA in a plan rather than through other legislation that might be more focused on that matter?
Well, as Ms. Racklin has already alluded to, there are examples. The Christchurch plan is one, so too is the Dunedin plan. The tendency is to identify or to specifically identify particular elements of spaces so that it's very clear to the reader of the plan what the particular sort of provisions relate to when you're looking at it from an interior perspective. Ian, have you done anything further that you'd like to add?
I know of two councils that don't specifically list interiors, but they're included because they don't exclude them. One is Waitaki, and the other I think is Westland. I'm in Nelson at the moment, and the plan here specifies whether the interior is included or not, just with an I as a reference. So it doesn't explain what the interior features are that are of significance.
Do either of you know anything about the Auckland Unitary plan and whether that addresses interiors or not?
I think from memory, Commissioner St. Clair, it does, but I need to refer back to the plan to be able to confirm that.
Sir, I can answer that question as I was a commissioner on a plan change for the Auckland Unitary Plan on historic heritage buildings. And yes, it does schedule interiors.
So was that as a result of the plan change?
No, that was within the AUP as notified.
Just to build on that, Commissioner Sinclair, appreciate you've got questions for the heritage experts, but in my 42A report at pages 28 to 29, I stepped through the Auckland plan, the Christchurch plan, and the Dunedin plan. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Vossler and Mr. Bowman. I just am reading paragraph 30, which details the process you went through in terms of justifying inclusion of heritage items in the schedules. I know that it's not your area of expertise, but given that you visited every item on the schedule, every item, every area, were there any areas that you consider might be in danger from grazing animals or from the, that might be damaged by grazing animals?
Commissioner Williams, there's nothing that immediately springs to mind. Yeah, because a large proportion of the properties that we visited were predominantly urban. Just thinking in that sort of more recently in terms of the New Zealand Wars Memorial, yes, there is perhaps in that sort of, there may be some grazing in that sort of around the memorial itself. But as you would have noted in that sort of within our evidence, what we're proposing is that there be a setting established in that sort of around the memorial itself. But yeah, coming back to your question, there's not really anything that would sort of highlight to me that there's perhaps an issue in terms of grazing in and around Schedule 1.
I'm just having a quick look through the various sites that we looked at. One was Parramatta Barracks. Now that is fenced off. And I'm presuming there are no grazing animals in the domain there. I can't really see any others that would have grazing animals, no.
Thank you. It's useful to have the on-the-ground knowledge.
Mr. Porirua?
Tēnā kōrua. Thank you both very much for your evidence. It's very helpful in trying to grapple with these heritage issues and gain a better understanding, I guess, of how the provisions relating to the historic heritage items and schedules 2 and 3 in particular will work in conjunction with the scheduled sites of significance to Māori in Schedule 6. So just recognising that you've both been involved in undertaking a comprehensive review and assessment of these historic heritage sites, you will no doubt be familiar with the way in which the statements of significance, for instance, were crafted for inclusion within the schedules. Would that be right?
Yes.
Great. And so in terms of, I'm just trying to understand the extent to which, for instance, tangata whenua values that may have been identified within the context of those statements of significance. And you mentioned, I think, the barracks, which is probably a good example of a site where tangata whenua values are mentioned. Did you specifically undertake an assessment in relation to those values, or are they mentioned in the sort of broader context of of identifying the heritage values associated with that particular area, say the Ngāti Toa domain?
I think there, Commissioner Tamari, it's quite important to just sort of put our assessment into context.
Yes.
Effectively, and that's sort of what we were asked to do, was to look at a number of values which were more around things like authentic condition, design qualities, form, scale, use of materials, the architectural technical interest of these places, and whether there had been any marked change in the period when initial evaluation was undertaken. And by that, I'm referring to the Porirua Heritage Database that was prepared in 2007.
Yes.
And subsequently then morphed into the Porirua Historic and Cultural Heritage Places, Heritage Interest document that was prepared in 2009. So in terms of looking at Tangata Whenua values, that was part of the original 2007 assessment.
Right.
My understanding that Antoine Coffin, who worked with Bob Miskell, who were involved in undertaking that work in 2007, was instrumental in terms of helping to inform the nature of the statements of significance.
Okay. Thank you.
And then transferred, if you like, and then sort of into statements of significance that were part and parcel of the plan change in 2014. So the short answer to your question is neither Ian nor myself are qualified to make an assessment, and as such did not alter the statements of significance insofar as they related to any aspect mentioned within those statements that were of relevance to Tangata Whenua.
That's really helpful to understand. Thank you. Because in relation to each of those statements of significance, at the very end, the last part of the paragraph there highlights the particular values from Policy 1 that have been specifically addressed or taken into account. And so I just wanted to get that clarification, because there is no reference in relation to any of those identified sites to Tangata Whenua values in relation to that particular policy. So I take it that I understand what you're saying now, that those statements of significance are based on work that was done prior to this particular assessment for the PDP, and that the Tangata Whenua values that are mentioned within those statements of significance provide that broader heritage context, but haven't, am I right in thinking that they haven't been specifically assessed in relation to these particular schedules of heritage buildings?
That's correct. It was outside.
Yes.
Was outside part scope.
Great. Thank you. I think that addresses that one now. And just if I could get your understanding, and it may be that this is a planning issue that I should have addressed to Ms. Reckland, but in relation to policy HHP1, identifying historic heritage, and there we have the RPS criteria listed as values that are used to identify historic heritage throughout Porirua City. Is it your understanding that the Tangata Whenua values listed as criteria there are intended primarily to inform the identification of the sites and areas of significance to Māori, or is it intended to also be used in a broader, context, as has been the case in relation to the heritage buildings that you've identified?
Yeah, certainly from the point of view of how those seven work as a group, it would certainly be within the realms of the person or persons that were involved in the assessment of a place, an individual place to sort of look at that whole suite of values in the round. So it's not necessarily saying, oh, okay, this place has had an historic association with Tangata Whenua, and therefore all we're really looking at here are the Tangata Whenua values. One would hope that a wider consideration would be brought to bear in relation to that place, equally in terms of places which may have had a predominant or a more noticeable association with Pākehā. One would hope that through the historic research that underpins each of these assessments, that where any association with Tangata Whenua may have been documented, that would then form part and parcel of the assessment of that place, which in turn may well mean that you're actually drawing in the skills and expertise of someone in that area.
Thank you. No further questions from me. Thank you both very much.
Just following up on that last answer, how does the description that you've just given us of considering all these values in the round work with the earlier clarification that any one of these values is sufficient in itself to justify scheduling? I admit to some puzzlement.
Yeah, well, I suppose there's nothing to say that if one value was to be assessed and to predominate, that would be sufficient for the purposes of considering it for listing or scheduling. But sort of in terms of doing the assessment, one will be going through each of those values and assessing the place against each of them. But it may be through that assessment process, there is only one that is sufficient from the point of view of saying this particular place has got a high value.
Now, and in terms of the description of the assessment process, I was reading paragraph 18 of your joint evidence, and you're looking at the that your review revealed that 70% were ranked high and 2 were ranked moderate. And I was trying to reconcile that with the approach in the plan, which puts heritage items in 2 categories, one being nationally significant and one being locally or regionally significant. Do they coincide? Does high equal outstanding national significance and moderate equal local or regional significance? Are they the same thing or are they something different?
I think high means either national, regional or local. So it's assessing the significance of the geographical area you're looking at. So a building may be nationally significant because it's associated with a nationally significant person, or it may be highly significant locally to a locally significant person. I hope that that's a good enough example. I'm trying to think of others.
So I think I think the clarification you've given me is that they are something different. They are they're not. You're assessing them. Is it that out of at the end of the day, you would get to the point and say, how many of these are nationally significant, how many of these are something less than that, but whether it's sufficient to list will depend on this sort of approach. Is that correct? Sorry if I'm not clear, I'm just trying to understand your logic.
A building may have significance just in one area, and one example would be Christchurch Railway Water Tower, which was the first concrete water tower in the world. It's unique for that one particular quality. There are lots of other concrete buildings throughout the world. There's lots of other water towers throughout the world, but this was the first concrete tower in the world. So it doesn't have a lot of values, it just has the one, but the value it has is so significant that it warrants listing.
And the last question I had is, in your joint statement with Ms. Dangerfield, discussing the Austrian state houses about the work that would need to be done to warrant inclusion, would consultation with the landowners be a relevant step in that process?
It would certainly be something that I think both Ian and I would.
So can you speak up, please? You're a bit.
It would certainly be something that both Ian and I would be strongly recommending.
Any other?
Yep. I might have said a follow-up. This is just a clarification. We questioned Ms. Raglan on what it would cost and whatever to time and all that sort of thing to undertake the work necessary to potentially include some of the items that are listed in the submitters have requested to be able to incorporate them into a plan, and whether that could be done before the right of reply, or would that have to be separated off to another process, variation, plan change, or that. Can I just confirm that rather than respond to that now, you're going to work with Ms. Raglan and include that sort of information in the response back to us? Is that correct?
So if I, excuse me, if I can just seek some clarity there, is that in relation to the gear homestead interior or all the interiors?
Okay. Well, all the interiors and anything else that's listed in the plan that's been suggested that it's done by way of a plan change, or I don't know whether you've reached a view that those matters should be included or not. Have you checked it against the RPS? What work needs to be done? Trying to understand whether is there some of it that can be done by this process that's before us now, or does it need to be, there's insufficient time, resources, or that sort of thing, and it needs to be done, considered separately at a later stage, because we're only making decisions on the submissions, not making decisions on whether there should be plan changes or variations or that sort of thing.
Yeah.
You would also include the Austrian houses assessment in that work.
Well, yeah, pretty much anything that's in Ms. Raglan's report that says it should be deferred.
Yeah, just to provide a little bit more context, in terms of the joint witness conferencing that we held last week, Ms. Dangerfield mentioned that from her perspective, and this is something you may well wish to question her on when Heritage New Zealand presents before you later this week. They were interested at this juncture with looking at the interior of Gear House only.
Sorry, could you say that again?
They were looking at the interior of Gear House as being the major focus. And secondly, that from the point of view of areas or sort of a range of sites and that may be spatially sort of concentrated, that the Titahi Bay Austrian state houses were what they were particularly interested in.
Can you repeat that, please? It was a bit garbled.
Okay, so from the perspective of heritage areas, they were most interested in the Titahi Bay Austrian state houses.
Well, picking up the Commissioner's question and just taking the gear house interior and the Austrian houses, what's the time and motion study? Is the time to do one or both of those within this planning process at the moment? That's the next fortnight or 3 weeks, i.e. Christmas. Could be extended a bit, but probably not a huge distance beyond that. That's what we're interested in. And you should probably consult with Ms. Rackland, because that has resourcing implications at the council's end, but that's what we're interested in knowing. I think that's it, gentlemen. Thank you for your contribution.
Thank you.
Ms. Rackland, presumably are we on sites of significance for Murray?
Yes, that's the next one.
First of all, was there anything specific in your supplementary statement on this topic? I can't recall anything. I think it was just, thought it was just historic.
Yes, so there was primarily historic heritage and trees, but I did make a point that I said I would address the Mr. Raymond's evidence about animal grazing. I intended to do that in right of reply, and then there's just some minor error clarifications around that reference to appendix on page. There's no page number. Sorry. Under minor errors, paragraph 51.
Okay, well, I think that we should take that as a given and just move straight to the 42A report then. Commissioner Pomare, you have the floor.
Kia ora, Ms. Brackland. Thanks again for your very comprehensive Section 42A report on sites and areas of significance to Māori. I do have a few questions, but I'm just working through them page by page because we've covered off some of those questions already. Yes, animal grazing, still to be dealt with. On page 11, paragraph 80, in response to the submission from the Horomona whānau, there's a reference there to a tangata whenua, iwi and hapu planning documents. Are you aware of what those documents are, which iwi management plans are being referred to there?
Just to clarify, sorry, that was on page 11
Sorry,
to
that's
12.
page 11, paragraph 80, and there's a quote included there from the
Oh,
Honolulu
yes.
whānau submission.
No, I'm not specifically clear which iwi and hapu planning
Okay.
documents they would be referring to.
No, that's fine. I just thought there may have been something provided to the council in relation to that hadn't made its way through. That's fine, thank you. Just moving over to page 14. Yes, and the issue here around the Runanga's submission for the inclusion of all the sites listed in their document, Me Huri Whakamuri Ka Te Tiro Whakamua, which dates back some significant way, I might add, I think back to probably 20 years or so. And my understanding was that the council has had a copy of that document on file for some time, or did at that time anyway. So they won't be new, those sites, necessarily to the council, although they may well be to personnel who will have no doubt changed over time. I understand the issue of the lack of scope and the conversations you've been having with the Runanga over that. The options that you've proposed to progress the further work that would be required to confirm or not those sites for future inclusion in Schedule 6 are threefold, as you've set them out: a variation, a plan change once the PDP is operative, or perhaps a combination of the two. And in relation to the variation or the combination, you say that a variation might include a small number of sites. Can you just elaborate on what you're referring to there? Which sites?
Yes, so in response to the submission, officers have been speaking with Te Runanga.
Yes.
And it would be really a matter for the Te Runanga to identify which sites those are. I think that the basis behind that comment of a small number of sites was effectively thinking about timeframes of what would be reasonably undertaken for a variation.
Yes. So presumably they would be sites that are perhaps a little bit more certain, don't require as much work to confirm location and perhaps owner engagement and all that sort of thing. Would that be right?
Yes, I think it would be a mixture of things. And I do touch on this a little bit in another section of my evidence on further sites that are requested on page 17. So I think it'd be matters such as if Te Runanga wanted to do any on-site verification, and also really for them to decide or advise which sites maybe it's a significance matter, it's more of a priority, but that will be something through discussions to work out which sites would be more appropriately undertaken sooner.
Could we call it colloquially the low-hanging fruit?
Yeah, I think it's, it will be interesting to hear from when Ngāti Toa Rangatiras, the representative from the Te Runanga speak on that tomorrow.
Yes.
But yeah, certainly I think there'd be sites that might be more readily incorporated if there's more information, for instance. But I don't want to sort of preempt any particular sites because we need to work with them to work out what's important to. And obviously that's any variation would be, I can't determine that. It has to be through council decision.
Yes.
Or through, the council deciding to proceed with that.
Yeah. Understood. Thank you. Now, there has been, as I understand it from your report, a constructive working relationship akin to a partnership with the Runanga and working through these historic heritage issues and identifying sites for Schedule 6 and inclusion in the PDP. So I'm just curious, I guess, as to when and how the council became aware of these additional sites requested by the Runanga to be included in Schedule 6. Was it solely through the submissions process that the council became aware, or had there been previous discussions about the possible inclusion of those sites?
I'm probably better able to answer that question, Commissioner. So there had been some earlier discussions regionally with Ngāti Toa. I'm trying to think how many years ago that occurred, about trying to get particular provisions into the district plan and identifying more wahitapu sites, for example, through the Hutt, Kapiti, Wellington and Porirua. But, and there had been some discussion about getting a work program going, but unfortunately that didn't progress anything further. So in preparing these, the sites and areas of significance to Māori, we worked with Ngāti Toa on that. It was notified, we worked with them through it. Obviously, they saw and were able to review the draft plan before it was publicly notified. So we were aware, obviously, of the document. I can't say it roll off my tongue as well as you can.
Give it a go.
Hold on, I need to get it up.
It's okay.
But obviously, there was a lot of work required for that, and so Ngāti Toa, at the point of notification, were reasonably comfortable, as we understood, in terms of just progressing in terms of what we had listed, and it was through the submission that they subsequently sought these additional sites to be included. And as you identified, Commissioner Palmare, yes, the Council has had this document for a long time. It is a silent document, however.
Yes.
It's not one we are able to make publicly available.
Okay.
So any person reading Te Runanga's submission wouldn't have been aware of where the location of these sites
No.
are.
That's really helpful, thank you. Okay.
While the Commissioner's pondering her next question, can I follow up on that? Like, I understand the point you're making, but some of them are pretty obvious. Referencing the Marae,
Yeah.
the Tatahi Bay sand dunes,
Yes.
Taupo Swamp, Porirua Track. I think most people know where they are. Wouldn't need an explanatory discussion document or a map.
Yeah, I think even if the wording is clear, that it's still a matter of the spatial extent needing to be refined, made aware. But yes, certainly some might be slightly, more clearer than others.
Thank you. That was a question I had too, so that's helpful. In terms of, on page 16, just going back to those two sites, the Waitangirua Hill and Wairaka, that have been singled out as sites for separate inclusion, and there are discussions with the Runanga, or have been, about both of these sites, which appear to hold significance to Ngāti Toa, and I'd imagine they would. But they don't appear from the information provided in your report and through the Runanga submission to have equal significance necessarily. Waitangirua Hill being a site that's only been recently identified, I guess, in this context. It's not to say the values haven't always been there, but it is quite in quite a different category, perhaps, to Wairaka, which has a reasonable amount of information known about it, and it is actually included in the list of sites in Me Huri Whakamuri Kati Tiro Whakamua, proposed by the Runanga to be included in Schedule 6. So based on that, and the knowledge that there is, I guess, an evidential basis of information that's been provided by the Runanga about Wairaka, is there any reason why that site couldn't be confirmed as part of this process?
I suppose it's a similar sort of type issue to the other historic heritage matters that we were talking about earlier. There's still a level of detail work to define things like the spatial extent, a statement of significance, engaging with the landowner as well, so they're clear on where that is. So, and taking it back to, I suppose, the original submission, and would it be reasonably clear to any landowner what was being proposed? But I mean, I don't think it's not out of the question, I don't think. And I think but it's still a series of work that needs to be done, and working through with Ngāti Toa to be sure that we're clear on the values to them for inclusion in the plan. So I think that you would need to hear whether there's potential merit, and then there's the sort of process issues as to whether is it more appropriate to do that, allowing for more engagement through such as a variation or a plan change.
Thank you. Okay, just moving over to page 19. Just wanting to clarify paragraph 125 there, where you say that you agree that there may be merit to update the detailed descriptions per site in Schedule 6. Is that a general reference, to all the scheduled identified sites in Schedule 6?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And I think it's just one of those points where, yes, potential merit, but we want to look at that, or I would certainly want to know that we'd got input from Te Runanga as to whether that's appropriate to include that.
And I'm just curious to know whether part of what you have in mind there is to perhaps more clearly discern and identify the tangata whenua values. And I think in the policy they're defined as cultural and spiritual values. I'm looking at policy SASMP1, identifying sites and areas of significance, and working with the Runanga to identify and schedule those sites. and their cultural and spiritual values in Schedule 6?
I think it's probably more so just it's a descriptor, effectively.
Okay.
So at the moment, for instance, Battle Hill Farm Forest includes archaeological site
Yeah.
R26246. So I think it's more what would be an improved description of that as opposed to revisiting the values.
Okay.
Yes. But that would fall out from the values.
Yeah. Thank you.
Whereas others have, for instance, SASM 006 has site type Urupa.
Yes.
So feature description through discussion with the runanga, that may be appropriate to leave that as it is, or they may prefer a different feature description. So
I get you.
yeah,
Thank
a
you.
descriptor.
Okay. So it's more to do with feature descriptions rather than identification
Yes.
of values.
Yes.
Okay. Are you satisfied that the those cultural and spiritual values have been clearly enough identified in those statements of significance to provide the guidance necessary for council officers and potential developers and landowners, I guess, in assessing an activity related to the site?
So yes, these, as Ms. Sweetman was saying, that this chapter and the schedules have been, we've worked through Te Runanga with on these chapters with them. So they do set out what the statement of significance is in terms of cultural and spiritual values. But yes, if there would need to be necessary consultation to I suppose drill down into what exactly there'd be more sitting behind those values. It's not everything in here, but it should give a good broad indication of this is what's important.
Yes. So like for instance, in relation to the historic heritage sites, those schedules we've just been dealing with, there is at the end of each of those statements of significance a clear, a clear statement, I guess, or identifying exactly what criteria or values have been identified. We don't have that with the sites and areas of significance to Māori, but that's not necessarily surprising because I'm assuming that the key criteria there is tangata whenua values. But it's not necessarily, well, perhaps it's just me. I wasn't altogether clear about what the cultural and spiritual values were. I mean, we can discern what they are, but I'm just wanting to ensure that you're satisfied from a planning point of view. I guess that anyone, required to utilise the plan for guidance around consenting issues and things would have a clear enough steer on what those values are.
I think the fact that we've sort of tested this or run through this with Te Runanga for Ngāti Toa gives me confidence that we've captured what they would like to have included. But I think, like with any feature of this type, over time there may be more values that could be, or descriptions or information that could be added into this. But I don't see the statements of significance as the only matter to consider, but they should give a very good indication. I think it would be a matter of if there's any particular ones, whether Te Runanga had anything they wish to add. However, I suppose it comes down to whether do we have the scope to do that. I don't believe there's a submission per se on that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. Just moving now to the actual provisions on page 23. Okay, and the third paragraph down, you've highlighted there the Māori approach to protecting heritage involving the concept of kaitiakitanga. And that Ngāti Toa, in the context of exercising their kaitiakitanga, has assumed responsibility for managing information relating to wāhi tapu and other sites. Is that separate? Is Ngāti Tour's management of information relating to those particular sites separate to the PDP process? Or is it part of this process?
I think it's the rest of that sites and areas of significance to Māori introduction goes on to talk about, for instance, that some of these sites, there's a section about identifying these sites in the plan, and then there's a section about sites that are known only to Ngāti Toa and recorded
Yes.
on Porirua City Council GIS files. So you could potentially, I suppose, draw that conclusion that they're managing what they'd like to have scheduled in the plan versus kept as a silent file type information. But I could possibly take that away and look at it a bit more carefully. In terms of what it
That's helpful
means.
because I did wonder whether that was a direct reference to the silent file mechanism.
Yeah, there is definitely a specific reference under paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4
Yes.
about the GIS, the
Yes.
silent files,
Yeah.
and requiring consultation with Te Runanga if any proposal was on land identified as such, i.e.
Yes.
not scheduled in the plan.
Yes, exactly. So those sites that are on the silent file, they wouldn't be subject to the provisions in the sites and areas of significance to Māori chapter. Would that be right?
So they wouldn't be, because they're not identified, if they wouldn't
schedule
trigger a consent.
Yeah.
However, if a consent was required, there would, and a consent was required for other reasons, then it would be necessary for there to be consultation in relation to the fact that it's a silent file.
Yes.
So it's sort of coming through. There would be a level of consultation, but it's not triggered by a resource consent from sitting, I suppose, outside the plan.
Yes. And
Is that clear?
Yes. Yep. Thank you. No, that's really helpful. And that process has been in place now for some time, has it?
Ms. Sweetman might be able to answer that more, but it's currently in
It is
practice.
currently in practice, isn't it? Yeah. I was just really wondering from council's perspective whether you have a drift on how successful or otherwise that particular process has been in managing historic heritage.
Yeah, Commissioner Pomare, I'm not sure how successful it has been. I mean, it's from an implementation point of view, it's very difficult. Depending obviously what type of resource consent is triggered and whether there's actually, certainly if it's a restricted discretionary activity, for example, your ability to consider matters that are beyond what are listed as just, matters of discretion is difficult. I'm not aware, personally I've been processing consents for Porirua City Council for many years now.
Yeah.
And it certainly hasn't been in any that I've been involved with. But we can respond in the right of reply in terms of how successful or not it has been.
Thank you.
It's always been a vexed issue.
And is it? Is that process a matter of ongoing discussion with?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Yes. Yeah.
And from my earlier discussions with the Runanga, they're aware of the issues that it brings with it. But it's a bit of a poisoned chalice.
Yes.
As well, because the minute that you start going through a public process to protect these sites is also the risk that it brings that those sites could be affected by people not wanting them to be protected.
Yes, absolutely. I understand the conundrum.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, well, just coming back to, there is a statement in that third paragraph also about the respective significance of the Ngāti Toa cultural values within the city being reflected through the classification of both wāhi tapu and wāhi tūpuna. I haven't been able to clearly discern where that has actually occurred. Was it intended that the Schedule 6 itself distinguish between wāhi tūpuna and wāhi tapu? Or is it that the silent file sites are regarded as the wāhi tapu ones and everything else is wāhi tūpuna? I'm just not sure whether there is a clear distinction there.
I'd take your point on that. It isn't actually clear through the schedules. So we don't have a submission on that point in particular. And I have looked at that and thought, gosh, how does that actually work in practice?
Yeah.
So I think there is a slight lack of clarity there.
Presumably that could be something that's reviewed as part of the, process in reassessing those sites with Ngāti Toa perhaps. There are some sites that have been, there's two, I think, that have been identified as wāhi tapu, one by Heritage New Zealand and the other one by Ngāti Toa, I think. But it doesn't look as though that's been the focus really in identifying the values associated with those sites. Would it make any material difference anyway to the way in which those sites have been managed?
I don't think I necessarily want to give an answer on that directly now in terms of
that's
the
fine.
meaning for wāhi tapu
Yes.
versus wāhi tupuna, because they mean different things. I think it's perhaps something I need to have a look further at, and also maybe Te Runanga have a view on that in terms of how the schedule and what it states per site. Doesn't matter that it doesn't say wāhi tapu or
and I'm
wāhi
thinking
tupuna.
more in terms of
I
the
don't
rules.
know. Yeah.
Not so much from a cultural perspective, but in terms of the rules, there doesn't seem to be a clear distinction made in the actual provisions. So that would be really helpful if you could just give some thought to that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is that reference, by the way, to distinguish between the wāhi tapu and wāhi tūpuna, is that from the national planning standards, or was that just something no? So that was just something council thought might be a good idea to incorporate. Maybe in sync with the historic heritage sites categories A and B, perhaps.
Yeah, I'd need to check on that. I don't believe it's not from the national planning standards, as far as I'm aware, but it's a possibility that it's from the previous plan, from the operative plan.
Oh, right. Yes.
So I can double check that.
No. All right, thank you. It would be quite good to know where that came from, but if there's no actual requirement, then that might be helpful.
Commissioner Pomare, no, there is no requirement in the national planning standards, but it is certainly becoming contemporary planning practice to distinguish between the two more so.
Yep. Thank you.
Definitely the Kapiti plan does.
Yeah, it does too. Okay. Oh, yes. Now, just in that final paragraph, and then we'll move on to the next page, there's a reference there to Appendix 13, the Ngāti Toa Rangatira Coastal Statutory Acknowledgement, and the council have a requirement there to have regard to it when making decisions on whether Ngāti Toa should be regarded as an affected party or not in terms of resource consent applications. Now, I was just wanting to get some clarification from you, if you're able to, as to how it's proposed that the council will have regard to that statutory acknowledgement, in determining whether Ngāti Toa is an affected party or not. I mean, it seems to me that it is a very wide, there is a very wide ambit of, potential impact from that statutory acknowledgement. It relates to any activities within, adjacent to, or directly affecting the statutory area, which in this case is the harbour. So potentially there would be a lot of applications, I would imagine, that, Ngāti Toa might be considered to be affected by. Do you have any is there a policy or a particular identified sort of pathway that you're aware of the council would be following in relation to addressing that particular requirement?
Yeah, I'm not aware of a particular sort of pathway or guidance as such. I presume it would be on a sort of case-by-case basis, but I could certainly look into it further if necessary. And it's sort of an operational consenting matter.
I am interested in understanding better how that works in practice, because it is obviously, not only is it a statutory requirement, but it is an area of, Ngāti Toa's redress for their treaty settlement that potentially, gives them a bit more opportunity, I guess, to influence outcomes in relation to resource management across the district. And so it would be good to know how that's addressed at a practical level. I guess it's another layer of heritage, historic heritage protection.
Yeah, I've made a note to have a look into it.
Okay, yes.
Could I just ask, on Appendix 13, just because Commissioner Palari's directed to have a look at that, at the beginning of that, CSTA T001 Cook Strait, I think someone might want to look at the spelling, and if we've got any submission to correct that, or can we do it as a minor?
Oh, that's a good one.
No, we could certainly do that. I think as a minor, if it's a spelling.
Okay, now moving to objective 3 on the next page, 24. And there we're dealing with subdivision use and development. The values associated with sites and areas of significance to Ngāti Toa are protected from inappropriate modification, etc. The values we're talking about there, are they presumably those that they are Ngāti Toa's values? Or are they, or is it intended to refer to those broader values that are identified in the RPS criteria for the identification of significant sites?
No, that's intended to be specific to Ngāti Toa.
Okay. Is there a need to specify whose values they are, or do you think that's clear enough for officers and others who are following this guidance?
Just having a read of it. So the values associated with sites and areas of significance to Ngāti Toa are protected, etc. I think it probably is clear enough. The other point I'd make is the objectives. There's no submissions specifically on them. Yeah,
no,
so
I
it's
did
a bit
note,
tricky.
I did note that. And there's no, yes, okay. I mean, there's no specific reference there either to Schedule 6. Does that present a problem?
I'm just I don't think it does present a problem because I'm just comparing that, for instance, to the historic heritage chapter, and at that objective level, it's not really necessary to identify it, but certainly at the policy level, it's important, and that does should follow through in the policies in terms of Schedule 6, which it does.
Okay. Okay, that's good. And we had a discussion about the cultural and spiritual values. Because in all those policies, of course, I mean, the crux of those policies it all comes down to protecting not so much the actual site itself, but the values associated with it. And so, you know, it's very clear looking at these policies how critical it is that those cultural and spiritual values are clearly identified in order to be protected. So when we get to policy 8, for instance, on subdivision, which is only allowed, in relation to areas of significance to Māori, where it can be demonstrated that, first of all, the values identified in Schedule 6 are maintained and protected. How is that, assuming that the values are clearly identified, how then is the determination made as to how those values, whether those values are able to be maintained and protected through a subdivision application?
So the subdivision rule is sitting in another chapter, but
Yes.
Another example, I suppose, would be take, for example, any new building or structure under SASM R4 on page 27. So the activity status is restricted and the matters of discretion. So in practice, there'd be a consent requirement,
Yes.
and the matters to be considered are those in policy
Policy 6.
SASM P6.
Yes.
And there's also, on that particular point, there's a notification
Yes.
matter about ability to decide whether Ngāti Taura Rangatira is an affected party. To decide whether it should be notified.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I saw that. I'll come back to a question about that one. But just in terms of, so we've got restricted discretionary activity status, and we go back to policy 6 as a matter of discretion, and that then, even though it doesn't explicitly say it, it implies that Ngāti Toa would be notified and consulted at that point. Would that be right? In relation to a subdivision application that is regarded as a restricted discretionary activity.
So that subdivision rule links you back to policy 6, which requires consideration of outcomes articulated by Te Rūnanga through an AEE cultural impact assessment or iwi planning document. So it would be required.
It would be required.
So it's not a information requirement under Section 88, but to be able to demonstrate you've met that matter of discretion,
Yes.
you'd need to demonstrate that you'd discussed things with Ngāti Toa and actually say what they've said. So
Great. Thank you. Thank you. So,
Just related
yes.
to that,
Yeah.
how does the, because I haven't seen it anywhere yet, how does the plan address notification issues and that, like, is it set out in the plan about when notification's required, and could you provide just an example of one of them? And
sure. We specifically, for each rule where there might be a notification issue, state that within the rule. So if you look at just in this regard, SASM Rule 4,
Yep.
which is a restricted discretionary, and it just goes back to that policy which I just referred you to. And it says there, when deciding whether any person is affected in relation to this rule, the council will give specific consideration to any adverse effects on Ngāti Toa and Heritage New Zealand. So it's, in that regard, it's precluded from public notification, but not limited notification.
Yes.
So we have been quite specific where notification is limited, is precluded in rules. So you'll see, hopefully the plan is pretty clear of that. And when you read the Section 32 evaluations, you'll also see that each chapter includes an assessment of where notification has been precluded or not, and for what reason.
Okay, thank you. And then just in relation to that, the restricted discretionary rule and its structure, when the matters of discretion are limited to the policy, that's the same throughout all restricted discretionary, and that it's reference to a policy, it's not a repetition or further enunciation of what that's supposed to mean, that in terms of the structure of the rule.
Yes. So, and usefully for the panel, in my right of reply for hearing stream 2 of which you'll get at the end of December, of I can read it to you now if you really want me to. But I've clearly explained for the panel's benefit how these restricted discretionary rules work in terms of the matters of discretion. There are a couple in there where we have added maybe another matter for a restricted discretionary rule, but for the most part, they just refer back to the policies. Because as we were writing the plan and wanting to give greater direction to plan users, for restricted discretionary matters in particular, we were finding when we were writing the matters of discretion, we were effectively repeating what was in the policy. So that's why we reference back. Now, it's different with the matters of discretion for standards when those are breached. So, for example, if we go, and we're not going to find them under this chapter, and you probably don't have the electronic version in front of you like I do. But as an example, for Earthworks Standard 1, which is all about the area, if you don't comply with the area of earthworks, then there are specific matters of discretion listed against that standard, and the rule will refer you to those particular matters of discretion.
So just that the rule which is set out as a restricted discretion, you have the matters of discretion are X, Y, and Z, but they're relating to the standard, which would be at the end of that.
So we've got, I'll go back up a step. So we've got two different type of restricted discretionary activity rules in the plan. We've got listed ones. So in that case, when we were looking at that particular one, and I'll just go back to it. So that Rule 4 that I was talking about, that's a listed restricted discretionary activity. It doesn't elevate for a non-compliance with a permitted activity. Whereas if we're looking at earthworks, which you don't have in front of it, is there any in historic heritage that do? They're all to the policy,
Burials.
And so then if we've got permitted rules, so for example, we do have a permitted general earthworks rule, Earthworks Rule 1, which is permitted where it's subject to particular standards. And so if you don't comply with one of those standards, then you become a restricted discretionary activity, and it refers you to the matters of discretion of any infringed standard, which are then listed against the standard.
RDA, where compliance is not achieved with the
Yep.
standard. Yep.
Just to build on that, there is actually one, as Commissioner Pomeroy just pointed out, in SASM R3.
And the same applies for matters of control, for controlled activities.
We purposefully have very few controlled activities within the plan.
Okay. No, so apologies, Commissioner. Thank you for the interruption.
No, not at all. Thank you. Right, we've covered most of those. Now, just looking generally at the statements of significance in relation to each of these sites identified in Schedule 6, there appears to me to be a hierarchy or scale of significance in respect of the identification of Māori cultural and historic values associated with each site. Would I be correct in not assuming that? I've sort of identified, I think, in most of the descriptions anyway, a range of values, if you like, or a scale of significance ranging from just there being Māori cultural and historic value to there being high Māori cultural and historic value to there being very high Māori cultural and historic value associated with each of the sites. Have I picked that up correctly? Or was that just completely random that it happened that way?
Yeah, I think the way it's structured is that all the sites are scheduled in Schedule 6. There's no Group A or Group B classification as regarding the historic heritage sites. So
Right.
I think any kind of sense of sites being
Yeah.
more value or high value would be purely through the statements of significance,
Yeah.
as opposed to how they're structured in the schedule, and the rules are exactly the same. So,
Yeah.
but there's no actual
differentiation.
classification. No.
No.
But yeah, it's a one site approach, not a classification approach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification. I just wanted to make absolutely sure that there wasn't any intention there of distinguishing between significance of sites. Just quick run through. I think we're just about there. Yes, and my final question, I think, has already been covered off by the chair, and that was in relation to Appendix C on page 55 and the marae sites there. That seemed to be, pretty obvious ones to perhaps look to formalise through some sort of variation, but. No, those are all the questions from me. Thank you very much. That's all from me. Thank you.
Ms. Racklin, can I take you to page 23, the suggested amendment? To the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth box. The thing that intrigued me was how definite it is. This will be undertaken in the form of a plan change. Is the PDP able to commit the council with that degree of certainty?
Yes, it is a council decision to progress a plan change. I think factoring in the work in partnership with Ngāti Toa, the Section 6 matter, responsibilities under Section 8 and the Treaty of Waitangi, I think there's sufficient confidence and understanding between the council and with Ngāti Rangatira that I thought there was sufficient confidence to say that a plan change would be undertaken. But yeah, it can never be absolute, I suppose.
Would it be more legally correct to say the intention is? The only other question I wanted to ask you about was animal grazing. And I thought it was somewhat, there appears to be an inconsistency to me between policy 5, that says allow animal grazing where identified values are maintained, and a permitted activity rule that has no performance standard. On what basis has the council in a section 32 analysis concluded that the identified values will be maintained
I'd need to check back on the section 32, but yes, I understand there's no specific standard accompanying that. Might be something I need to come back to in the right of reply as to any specific analysis within the section 32 or in the previous operative plan, previous plan change, whether there's anything from that.
and to be frank, when I read your initial answer, which is no one suggested it's an issue, I thought, well, that's fair enough. And then I read this and I thought, well, isn't the boot on the other foot? Isn't it for the council to be satisfied that everything is sweet, rather than for anyone to, given the policy? So that was just the train of thought I had. Commissioner Sinclair?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Williams? Any final thoughts, Commissioner?
Nothing further, thank you.
I think thank you.
Perhaps just one.
What, perhaps one? One only?
My apologies.
One only?
My apologies, just a broad question to round off on. I'm mindful of the comments that were made earlier around the review that was undertaken, I think, in 2015 in response to the changes in the RMA to elevate the protection of historic heritage throughout the country. And I'm conscious of the fact that one of the outcomes of that review undertaken by the council was that there appeared to be quite a don't want to say drastic, but significant reduction in numbers of Māori sites of significance in terms of the ODP, what was notified previously, and then what ended up, I think, in the ODP subsequently to the review. And so what we have now, I don't think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think any of the proposed sites and areas of significance to Māori are new, are they?
I understand it's based mostly on the operative plan. I'm just thinking whether there's any new sites, and if it is, it'd be a very small number. But I could certainly come back to you on that. Yeah.
It was just, I guess I was just contemplating, the elevation of significance to being a matter of national importance. The protection of our historic heritage in terms of the RMA, and whether in your view, that there are any concerns from a planning perspective in terms of how that elevated status in the RMA has or hasn't been reflected in the identification of sites in Schedule 6, given the significant reduction in sites from the original notification of the plan.
Yeah, I just need to double check I'm clear on, so do you mean the notified, there was a plan change notified in 2000 so the one that ended up with the plan change becoming operative in 2014, so that's predating, that's post
think
the
it was-
the elevation
I
to
think that might have
historic
predated
heritage.
actually. I think to be clear, we're talking about the notification of the PDP.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
sure. So the work has been done in conjunction with working with Ngāti Toa, and they've reviewed the chapter, the schedules, and but I think I mean I'm very clear, and it's come through in the submission that there are other sites that are important to add,
Yeah.
and there's obviously the site sitting on the GIS layer, and I think there's a clear recognition that we'd like to continue working with Ngāti Toa to add more sites over time. So I think that does highlight the importance of a continuing set of work.
Yes.
But making sure in doing that the necessary technical work is undertaken, so the descriptions, the statement of significance, the spatial extents, engagement with landowners, and Ngāti Toa being sure through working with the Runanga that these are the sites that are sought to be added. So yeah, certainly a recognition that it's important, and further sites need to be added over time. So I think,
Yes, and from what I'm hearing from you, there's a recognition too of the fact that there's a more robust and refined approach now to identifying those sites and protecting them, which might explain to some degree, why there has been a possible reduction in number of sites that are identified and planned for protection.
yeah, guess I'm not quite clear. When you say reduction from the operative plan to the proposed plan, or you think from something before the operative plan?
Certainly, I'm probably thinking about the time. It would be the operative plan, I guess. When the district plan, the first iteration of the district plan was notified, there were certainly a large array of sites included in a range of different categories. But admittedly, thinking back to that time, there probably hadn't been the refinement then of values and site-specific information that is now clearly underway. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rackley. At 12:25, your experts have been waiting very patiently, and unfortunately, you have to wait a little longer. We're going to have lunch. We'll be back at 1:30 to address notable trees. We'll restart the hearing, thank you. Ms. Racklin, notable trees. This is something that is covered in your supplementary statement. So do you want to talk us through that first?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so in the my supplementary planning evidence, just two matters. The first is, sorry, does that sound okay? It feels like it's bouncing or something. The first was correcting an error in the section 42A report, just to clarify that consistent with my recommendation in the 42A report to remove the Porirua tree from the tree schedule entry for tree 008. So that's on paragraphs 27 and 28. And then the only other matter on trees, notable trees, is at the very end where I make some corrections to references in a number of paragraphs, just in relation to where it should say either in section, it should refer to Appendix A or Appendix B. And I did also refer to the expert conferencing, and I covered off my response to the expert witness conferencing statement of Leon Saxon and Jez Partridge, and they looked at a number of matters, including definition of root protection area and a couple of other points around the use of hydrovac within the RPA root protection area and hand digging within the root protection area. And also I made a comment about the expert conferencing report on minimum qualifications for technician arborists, but yes, I did sort of point out on a few points that I thought it needed a bit more consideration for myself anyway, to come to an informed position through the right of reply.
Thank you. Commissioner Williams, would you like to go first?
I don't know that on the supplementary I have any particular questions. Does anyone else? Otherwise I'll go straight to the...
That I had three points to raise with you. I think two might be easily dealt with. You've queried the uncertainties in the proposed rule, a revised rule in the expert statement, firstly above where the 140 centimetre height component is measured. I think Mr. Saxon says in his supplementary evidence that that's above ground, which is what you'd expect. But in terms of the, now three methods to establishing root protection areas, or depending on what you're going to call them, but call them root protection areas at the moment, is the logic of the purpose of what they're defining mean you would take the method that defined the largest area?
Yeah, so I'm just referring to the expert conferencing statement. And I understand it was the greater area, but I'm sorry, I just need to bring that up. There we go. Yes, so under root protection area, on where they refer to the diagram in A, B, C, there's a little sort of disclaimer. It says use whichever is the greater of the three above methods. That's what the experts have agreed anyway. And
I say my impression is that given what you're trying to do, it's a conservative, you using the most conservative method. Do you think that's appropriate on a planning basis?
Yes, I think it is, if because you'd want to make sure that you are capturing the relevant root protection area, not missing out important root protection area. Yes, but it would be quite useful, I suppose, to understand what that differentiation might be between the different methods.
And you've drawn attention in the suggested revised provision in paragraph 42 of your supplementary to the lack of clarity in the expert witness statement, and with due respect to your good self, either the notified and the 42A report weren't of blameless in that regard. I was left thinking, what's an air spade? Is that like an air guitar?
Yes, I think more clarification would be helpful under those various methods. It's not abundantly clear on each of those what they mean. Going back to the notified as well.
Yes, that's right. It's like people in glass houses. So I think that we should ask Mr. Saxon to give us a thumbnail, the 30-second stream of consciousness definition when we get to his evidence, and he can start thinking about that while we're waiting, and then you can pick those sort of things up and reply. All right, could we go to any others on the supplementary? No? We'll go to the 42A report. What's going? Commissioner Williams.
I don't want to go off topic too much, but I just wondered if you could fill us in a bit on the background to the historic tree schedule. So, I mean, I guess when I looked at it, there's essentially only 30 items listed. So that's 30 trees or clusters of trees. Has that, when was that put together? How much was it reviewed for the PDP, and has it been updated, or is it almost a complete carry-on from the operative plan?
Yes, so it's a new chapter in the plan, and so the consultants Arborlab were engaged by council. They were provided with the list of this before I started working it, but from it's set out in the section 32 that they were provided with a list of trees to assess. It's a combination of trees that have been nominated by members of the public and the council's parks team over time. And Arborlab were also asked to assess any extra trees within the city that they considered potentially worthy of scheduling. So that's how the 30 have been arrived at. So it's a new chapter, it's a starting point, I think it's fair to say. Okay, and were they, in terms of the values for those trees, how was that put together? Not how, who put the list of criteria together for how to assess the trees? And Leon, Mr. Saxon would be able to expand on this more so, but the methodology that was adopted was the STEM methodology.
Thank you. I'm just thinking in the light of a submission that was made that no exotic trees or non-endemic trees should be included. So, thank you.
Since the Commissioner's raised that, can I ask a question about that? Ms. Smith's submission was exotic trees that were not of cultural or historic heritage significance should be deleted. And I think that you say your response is, well, the methodology doesn't make that distinction. I suppose the question is whether it should, or whether there should be an overlay on the methodology for that effect. And the particular angle I wanted to put to you is, would an exotic tree that is not of cultural or historic heritage significance in an urban environment be a qualifying matter for the purposes of the NPSUD?
So as notable, so the notable trees are they're really derived. There's aspects of Section 6, but also predominantly Section 7 and Section 8 matters. Yes, I think they could be a qualifying matter, but certainly I'd want to not give a straight yes/no answer without having a look further into that. Because I understand, for instance, historic heritage, and you can have other qualifying matters other than just the Section 6 matters.
Yes, but so I think that and of course the goalposts are about to shift on that. I haven't read the Select Committee report on the housing bill, but no doubt that's going to pop out any moment.
It was released last week.
Well, the Select Committee report was popped.
Oh, yeah, the Select Committee, but not the...
But
yeah.
not the text
No.
of the revised bill. And that will no doubt pop out and be implemented under urgency at any second. But even under the existing NPS, that might be something. Can I suggest that you should review? We haven't heard from Ms. Smith yet, but that appears to me to be a possible angle that would support her submission. So just something for you to think about. Over to you.
Right, and that actually brings me to another question, which is that any tree that has special indigenous biodiversity qualities then presumably is captured in the SENA urban tree schedule.
So the notable trees, and it's set out in tree P1, just to give a bit of context. So they may have value for heritage, amenity, or ecological values. So I don't think it's necessary. So there's a separate set of criteria for something to be an SNA. There's specific criteria, as you would have heard from Mr. McDonnell. So I think, I understand they'd have to step through that process to determine whether it's a significant natural area. But certainly under notable trees, there's a range of, and Mr. Saxon could speak to this more so, but the STEM methodology looks at things like condition, health, amenity factors.
Right. Thank you. I think actually the rest of my questions are probably more directed to the experts, so I'll pass it over to other panel members to ask.
Well, swinging with it, paragraph 64 and 65 of your 42A report, Ms. Racklin, you're saying, well, STEM is not based on financial considerations. I understand that that's not a factor the arborists would consider, but is that a relevant factor that the council should be considering?
Yeah, so I understand the arborists did look at things, whether there'd be a conflict, like with a structure or pavement, or in terms of the physical aspect of the tree. I think certainly it's difficult to understand what a financial consideration would be, and I looked at that particular submission, and it would vary on a case-by-case basis. But I suppose there's a reasonableness lens to put over if you were going to, I guess, in effect, have notable trees over an entire site. But yeah, in terms of the actual submission, I don't think it's necessary to build that into the policy framework per se. But certainly, I think it's within the round, considering the general kind of impact, I think is important, but it's not a critical kind of factor in the STEM and scheduling matter.
Is it not similar to an SNA on an urban allotment? I mean, is it in terms of any financial effect? The limitations are exactly the same, aren't they? E.g., a notable tree or a significant natural area overlay onto a site, that there are similar sort of potential adverse financial effects. Would that be true?
Yes, so maybe depending on the size or scale. A lot of the notable trees tend to be like a single tree or a group of trees, and a high proportion, or quite a large number of the schedule are on council-owned land as well. So, there are similar implications, I think, for SNAs, historic heritage, and other features.
Do you have any idea of the breakdown of how many trees are on private land and how many are on council land?
Yes, from recollection, and I could check this, but I understand it's roughly half of the list would be on public versus private. But some of those some of those are groups of trees, like it might be a group of 5 or 6 trees on public land.
But that's the raw. There are 30. It's approximately 15, but one of the 15 on either side might be a group of 5 trees, for instance. That's what you're saying?
Yes, yeah. So an example is one of the trees that I have addressed in the schedule is the group of trees at 24 Whanake Street, and that was a group of 8 plus 1. So that's one example on a private property, as notified anyway.
I think the follow-up at a policy level might be in an SNA context where there's a Section 6 direction to recognise and protect. And this comes back to the earlier question. There are some notable trees that would pass a section one or more Section 6 criteria, whether it's biodiversity, cultural, or historic heritage. But for the balance, like we talked earlier about different categories of historic heritage with different and potentially different values or different some of national importance, some of local importance. Is there a room, and I appreciate that scope might be dubious, to put it positively, to start categorising the notable trees? As I say, those that are meeting Section 6 matters are at a higher level, and there might be room for a lower test, for instance, to around the policies to permit removal of a notable tree that isn't a Section 6 matter.
Yeah, so the way that the chapter and schedule is structured, it doesn't specify what's the Section 6, 7 or 8 matter. That's really factoring in from the way, the values of the trees, that they can have historical, cultural, biodiversity, amenity, and a range of values. So to then, and STEM, yeah, and it, perhaps something that Mr. Saxon might be able to speak to more so as well around the what they look at to look at trees of distinction or, but yeah, to go through the schedule and then work out which of these are predominantly more a Section 6 versus a Section 7 matter. I'd need to understand how that would work in with the methodology, or would it be a separate piece of work that we'd have to do on top of STEM? And I think that would be quite a reasonable size piece of work.
I'd suggest that there aren't any submission points either.
Yes, I
Commissioner
was
Robertson.
thinking, Ms. Sweetman, about the, there aren't any submission points suggesting that, but the Clark submission raising financial effects might be a justification, because, as I say, I think there's a greater justification for the financial impost if a Section 6 matter is at stake than if there isn't. And it may be that we don't have the data. You'd have to go into the analysis of each tree. Why was it recognised? Because obviously the STEM methodology isn't built on a planning basis. It's built on an arborist's
That's correct.
list of criteria. But I suppose I'm exploring, at least tentatively, the merits, the policy merits of making that distinction, even if we don't have the material to make it in practice.
One method other councils use around notable trees is making any consents a free consent. Obviously, that's a matter that would need to be determined under the Local Government Act, though, in terms of the fees and charges schedule of the plan.
I'm aware of another plan being Whangarei where the council undertakes any trimming of so in effect provides the arborist to trim any notable trees on private land.
Yeah, so there are other methods that can be used. Absolutely. I'd say, sir, that just as you said, it would require quite a bit of additional work to be undertaken.
So, Commissioner,
Wouldn't it be, would it or has it been addressed by way of the Section 32 analysis in terms of those provisions and in terms of the costs and implications of all of those anyway?
Yeah, so there is material in the Section 32 about how often for those trees because of their size, etc., that they're going to require an arborist anyway to do those works. And so I think it's really when you're getting into those consents which go above and beyond the permitted trimming and pruning, and then you need a resource consent, or if you wanted to remove a notable tree, that's where those additional financial considerations are really going to come into play. I was just going to point out that the notable tree removal policy is a discretionary activity status, so that's allowing for a broader assessment.
At the risk of being a grooved record, that brings into the question as to whether the policies then need to direct a shifting scale within which that full discretionary activity would apply.
Chair, may I ask a question of Mr. Saxon, perhaps, just to clarify things. So Mr. So I'm to get your name right, Mr. Sexton. You've looked at all these trees. Out of 30 trees or clusters of trees, and we've got the different values that the STEM process has assessed them on, heritage, amenity or ecological. Can you think of trees that have purely amenity values? I suppose that what I'm ruminating about is any tree to be on this notable list, I'm assuming has to be of a reasonable size or age. Can you think of any specific trees that that you'd only see having amenity value as opposed to having amenity plus heritage values?
Yeah, I mean, the majority of the trees, to be fair, would be predominantly based on amenity rather than sort of associated with. Usually, when we were talking about heritage associations, there's the third field in STEM, which is the notable evaluation, and that accounts for the historic and rare or endangered type trees. The top two sets of criteria are predominantly based on trees that are, have a high rating for their condition and their amenity values. And I think you were right in that they're predominantly large trees, so they're notable because they're highly visible, they're in good health, and there's the other categories in there about the function and the age. Visibility is another one, so they're highly visible to a large area. So those are really the criteria in STEM that we're using. Does that help answer the question?
I think it does partially, though. I suppose there is a crossover there in that cultural values, which might be they're valued by the local community for their prominence. I'm not sure in my mind, and maybe you can tell me whether it's easy to distinguish between amenity per se and cultural value.
Yeah, it's not particularly easy because a big old tree, it can have that cultural value because people are, they're used to seeing it when they walk down the road. They see that tree and they have an attachment to it. So it still does have that cultural value, I guess. But determining between the two things is a bit of a grey area, I suppose.
Thank you. I don't know if that helps the chair in terms of whether things are a Section 6 or a Section 7 value.
I think in the terms that Mr. Saxon's using, cultural wouldn't meet a Section 6E criteria.
No, and there may be trees. I'm trying to think of whether there were any that I looked at, but really large old native trees, you might find they could have been wayfinding trees or things like that, and they would have a more obvious cultural value. I'm trying to think of whether there were any in here. I can quickly go through the list in my here, but while we carry on.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. The only other question I had, Ms. Racklin, related to your paragraph 89, and this is a variation on the question I've already asked you, a test of serious imminent threat. Is that too tough? Because it doesn't allow for things you know will happen, but you don't know that they will happen tomorrow. Like branches that are looking dodgy, that would fall on something, but don't look as though it's imminent. But of course, the following day you have the 120k gale, and down it comes.
Yes. So that's used in the context of the removal of notable trees, tree P5, and that the works are essential due to a serious imminent threat. Yeah, it is intended, I think, to be quite clear that it is imminent and it's serious. It's not, they look like they might be a bit of a problem, because this is talking about, and also it comes under the trimming and pruning standard as well. So, yeah, I think the intention is that it is it's a pretty strong test. But that's when the arborists will know more in more detail, I suppose, about on the spectrum of where is something a minor kind of issue versus a more major, and it needs serious, quick work. If that helps.
So your view is that a really tough test is appropriate in this context? That's really my question.
Yes, I think it needs to be reasonably tough, but we wouldn't want it to be too tough that the work wasn't undertaken. If there was a threat to people or property, you'd want to know that someone could go ahead and do that without too many barriers. So that's why it is designed for as a permitted activity status, subject to in terms of the trimming and pruning, and also for the removal of the tree. It just needs to be confirmed by an arborist that it was appropriate, and the council needs to be informed.
Well, in that case, do we need to be clearer what imminent means? Is imminent a week? Is it a day? Is it a month? Is it 6 months?
Yes, I think it could be clear. I'm just trying to think how you would define imminent beyond the kind of dictionary meaning. Yeah.
I think I like the only way you could do it is to say that your arborist thought that this was going to be a problem within an X. Now, I don't know Mr. Saxon and Mr. Spencer and tell us whether they can make those sort of judgments, but at least you'd know what the question was. At the moment, I'm not even sure what the question means, where imminent is on the scale of potential timeframes. I think the only way you could do it is to specify a timeframe, that within the next X, whether that's hours, days, weeks, months. Like, if you can't answer that question, then that would make me even more concerned as to what imminent means. Because, like any time limit you specified would be arbitrary, but at the moment it's out there. However, that's we'll ask the arborists if they can actually make those judgments. How well polished their crystal ball is.
Yeah. No, I've made a note to investigate imminent to see if that can be clarified.
Any other questions, Commissioners, of Ms. Racton? I think we're ready to turn to Mr. Saxon and Mr. Spencer. Probably start with Mr. Saxon. So we have a statement of supplementary evidence for you, Mr. Saxon, and your original statement, and we have your joint witness statement with Mr. Partridge. Am I correct reading the joint witness statement that, putting aside the planning issues about how some things are framed, and just looking at an issue of substance, as between you and Mr. Partridge, by the time you'd finished, there were no points of disagreement?
Yes, I think that's fair to say. Yeah, yes, there were no points of disagreement anymore. Yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Saxon, for the very helpful joint witness statement, which includes the diagrams and the description of the root protection area. I guess my question to you is how you presumably deal with the public in terms of working on trees. How how do you think most people would react when they are looking at a formula for multi-stemmed trees where the square root of each stem is added and the square root of the total is multiplied by 12? And the maximum RPA radius must be no greater than 15 metres or no less than 2 metres. It seems very complex. Can you explain how you might, in real life, how you would use it?
Yeah, so I think in terms of your first part of your question and how the public would react, I think they would potentially be confused by it. So when we originally, or when council originally put this out there, it was based on the not the 12 times diameter. It was just what I'm going to refer to as the old-fashioned model, which is the point of greatest radial spread or half height method. And I think Mr. Partridge's evidence has swayed me more towards his way of thinking, in that old method is somewhat outdated, and the 12 times diameter method is now backed up by modern standards. My preference at the earlier stages of this was to stick to the old method, simply because it was simpler for lay people to understand, I believed. But in saying that, as during the conferencing, myself and Mr. Partridge, or Mr. Partridge pointed out to me, is that for a half the height method, in fact, that's not that simple for a layperson to undertake either, because to do that, really, an arborist would use a laser rangefinder to work that out. So, or to do the point of greatest spread, we would use a tape measure to measure the greatest point of radial spread, and then you'd have to overlay that onto a plan to work out what the actual protected root zone area was. So none of them are totally simple. And the other factor to think about is the root limiting factors underground. So, for example, a retaining wall, or a coastal tree, or a tree beside a road, that root protection area that we work out based on the 12 times diameter of the trunk, that tells you what the soil area required to keep the tree healthy is. But if there's a root limiting factor like a road, then you actually need to redefine that area to give the same area, but in the area where the roots would actually be growing. And that would be the same for there'd be the same situation for the other methods. They protect a circle, but that's not actually reality of where the roots will be growing. It's more of an area of soil required. So it is a bit of a complex beast of a thing, and it really does need input from a professional arborist to work those things out. So that's why we had in the standards the requirement for a technician arborist to be involved whenever anything is going to happen in that RPA. So Mr. Partridge made a few points to me about that, and taking into account the asymmetric root protection areas based on root limiting factors, and the fact that we're talking about our most special trees, he convinced me that we should be looking to protect the greater area of roots that we can to make sure that we don't damage these trees. So that's what convinced me to agree with his idea about the 12 times diameter calculation. I can understand that having all three is somewhat clunky, perhaps.
Well, my next question, I'm not sure if I direct it to you or to Ms. Racklin, but I suppose it's in plain language. At what point would a technician arborist be called out to do this assessment? How does someone with a notable tree on their property make the determination about when they need to notify council, or because you might say that with only 30 trees on it or 30 items in the schedule, that anything to do anywhere in the nearest sniff of a notable tree, you might call someone out. So when does someone get alerted to the fact that they need to get a technician arborist in?
I can help with it at a general level if that assists. So in terms of the rules, so there are permitted works, for instance, gardening and mowing within the root protection area of a notable tree. That's permitted providing the ground level is not altered. So in that particular rule, there's no requirement around having a works arborist or a technician arborist. And then moving on to tree rule 2, there is a requirement to comply with the standard S1. And under tree S1, there is a requirement for the works to be under the notified version, for the works to be undertaken or supervised by a technician arborist. So there is a certain point at which an arborist would be required to help inform that root protection area and the works.
So every property owner who has as notified in the PDP, a notable tree on their property, has that been followed through with any sort of guide, instruction about what they can and can't do, or has it pointed them to the plan in terms of what they can and can't do?
There's no guide sitting alongside the notable trees provisions as such, although that's not to say that's something that potentially could be considered as a non-regulatory guide sitting outside the plan, is to help inform how to understand some of these rules, if that was something that the council decided to choose to do to support owners, because I recognise the point that you're making, that it is there is some complexity within this framework as to how do you determine this root protection area. However, for those more significant works, there is that technician arborist requirement on site.
Yes, I suppose my question is, does the owner of the property with the notable tree know when to call a technician arborist in? And maybe I can ask Mr. Saxon, have you had experience in terms of being called in as a technician arborist to look at works around a notable tree? And
Yes.
and who calls you in? Is it the council, the relevant council, or is it the landowner?
Thanks, Commissioner. It is generally the tree owner, and I think in the real world, they, if the tree owners know that they have a notable tree on their property, and if they are thinking about doing something beyond the standard gardening and lawn mowing and stuff, generally they'll know they've got a notable tree. They'll look at the plan and see that there are rules around what you can do, and generally they will call us up and say, we want to do something, can we or can't we do this? And that's when we will get involved and guide them as to, okay, no, you meet the permitted standards here because X, Y, and Z, and we'll prepare a report for them to identify, whether they need a resource consent or not. And if they do need a resource consent, then we'll work with them as to, how they can undertake the activity without damaging the tree and apply for the consent, on their behalf or with them. So generally in the real world, the tree owners will contact us before they do activities, most of the time.
Thank you. I think that's it.
Mr. Saxon, can I ask you about these qualifications, because How many technician arborists are there around the place? How many are there practicing in the Greater Wellington area, for instance?
That I might actually call on David to help me on that question. He's Wellington based, so he actually may have a better idea than me, if that's okay, David.
That's fine. Probably half a dozen or so, I think, off the top of my head. The technician level, that's the higher level, isn't it? The level 6.
That's right.
Thank you. And the other thing that occurred to me is that when I looked at the definition of what makes a technical arborist, I looked at your CV and I couldn't tell whether you were one, Mr. Saxon. And I looked at Mr. Spencer's CV and I couldn't tell if he was one. And I only knew Mr. Partridge wasn't because he told us. This may be go to. You should speak to the marketing manager.
Yes.
And because it says a New Zealand qualification or equivalent, and I think that. So I was left thinking, do we have a practical problem? As you say, in the real world, people will get on the phone, call an arborist, and won't know who they're talking to, what their qualifications are, and
Yes.
so as I say, is there a problem, and if so, how do we address it?
Well, we are, unfortunately, we're in a situation in New Zealand where we don't have New Zealand standards for these things. So that's why we are having to come up with them ourselves. And we did refer to other district plans to help us and guide us on how we define these things. To your first question, David and I would both meet the definition of a technician arborist, yes.
Sorry, no, I don't actually meet it just yet. I'm on the way doing it, just to be clear.
My apologies, David.
All right. My qualifications are UK based, so I'm missing a couple of units, unfortunately. So
I would say that comes in the heading of an own goal.
It does.
It does a bit, but I support the qualification limit. I think there's I suppose the idea would be to get the right people looking at these things who are qualified to do so, and it's easy to call yourself an arborist when you're not, in my opinion. So yeah.
Yes, I understand there is a danger that anyone with a chainsaw will call themselves an arborist.
Yeah,
that's right. And where I was sort of trying to lead to was that the New Zealand Arboricultural Association is working on an approved consultants scheme so that they can have a list of the association's approved consultants. They have an approved contractors list, and they're working on trying to get an approved consultants list as well. So that's where we would like to lead to.
Just to add slightly to that, the actual definitions in that consultants list, because I'm on the working group to develop that, are very similar to what's defined in the PDP here. So they match up quite well. And I'm not going to get on that list either because I'm not there yet.
Right, and Mr. Saxon, looking at your paragraph 23.3, can you tell us where that tree is? I can imagine roaming Porirua district, we might go and have a look at it.
Trying to find my piece of paper. Is that in my...
In your evidence in chief, paragraph 23.3, there are two pictures of two trees, one that or both scoring less than 120. So if you could, And if you need to research it, and you could pass the information through to Ms. Racklin, but if you can tell me off the bat where it is, where they are.
No, I would have to look that up for you. So you're talking about 23.3 and 23.5.
Correct.
Those two trees. Yeah. No, I can get it for you fairly quickly, but I can't tell you off the bat. So
That's all right.
I'll look
Understand.
it up.
And the last, or two final questions. At paragraph 24, you're responding to the clerk's submission and saying that the STEM process allows you to take negative impacts into account. How does it actually do that? Does it actually, is there a column for negative scores that will pull the overall figure down?
It does not.
No, sorry, I think you've misread it. It does not take into account negative impacts. So
Well, I suppose I read 24.2, included a comment section where any obvious negative attributes could be recorded. Does that feed through? Well, I suppose the first 24.1 suggests it doesn't feed through. Is that the case? There is no means to consider negative aspects of
Negative attributes.
negative attributes.
that's right. In the STEM method, there isn't. So we added a column when because we created an app that replicated STEM, but we added a few things. We added a column in there so that we could record any obvious negative attributes that we could then feed back to the council planner. If we, for example, saw a tree that was, dangerous, or when I said that's a terrible word, a tree that posed an unacceptable level of risk, then we would have fed that through to the council. So it still might have been a very big tree with a high amenity value, but if it had an unacceptable level of risk, we would have noted that down and fed that back to the council planner. So that was something we added to our data capture so that we could identify obvious negative attributes.
The last question I had is that you talked about the fact that having three methods to identify root protection zones is a bit clunky. Which would be the most conservative method on balance in terms of providing the greatest area?
I think based on Mr. Partridge's evidence, and I do refer to him because, as you might have read in his evidence, he has spent a year or so researching this topic, and so I do take his evidence to a great degree, and he provided at one of his appendices there a list of trees that he had assessed for a job recently, and it was 160 or so trees, and the 12 times diameter came up with the greatest root zone area 70% of the time.
What was that, 70?
70% of the time, yep. On that list of trees. So, but then also in talking to Mr. Partridge and considering things, as trees mature, they tend to slow down in their growth of their overall dimensions, but they actually continue to grow the girth of their trunk. So with the bigger, older trees, the 12 times diameter methodology would give you a greater root zone area for those bigger older trees more often. And that's going to be the case for your notable trees, because they're generally going to be bigger and older.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinclair? Commissioner Williams? Any more?
Well, I have one actually, and it's for Miss Racklin, and that is that if I was to summarise. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Sorry, if I have one for Miss Racklin, and if I was to summarise looking at the policies and the rules, it seems to me it almost says gardening and mowing is a permitted activity, and anything else you plan to do, you probably need to get an arborist technician in. Would that be an accurate summary?
Yes, I think it is, because as soon as you get into the standards, if you're doing beyond gardening and mowing, you need to have the works undertaken by a technician, undertaken or supervised by a technician arborist, and then that particular standard sets out the type of work that you can do. So I think you are getting into requiring at least someone to be there to supervise or to give you this some guidance.
Yes, I was just thinking of P4, potentially appropriate works, even working out whether what you're doing is potentially appropriate requires some specialised input.
Yes, I think generally, yes, it's going to require some input.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr Chair, I do have one for Mr Saxon.
Well, we should ask Commissioner Farrow before you get a second go.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Commissioner. No questions from me.
Oh, okay. So, Mr Saxon, earlier you referred to the term unacceptable risk. How does that relate at all to the questions we were asking Ms Racklin about this imminent,
Oh, yes.
whatever
Yes.
word
Yes.
is, because is an unacceptable risk something different to something being imminent?
No, I think they would be on par, to be honest. I'm just trying to think where in the provisions we talk about the decision being confirmed. The mitigating action being confirmed by an arborist. I think it's a technician arborist that we have in there for the provisions. So we would use there's several risk assessment methods that are industry accepted, and they have slightly different terminologies, but really it's the risk-based models, and they would, they come up, they have terms, like I say, they're slightly different, but unacceptable risk is something that you can't, you need to take action on immediately, really. And there might be other levels of risk where they're acceptable if everybody who's affected by them agrees that they are acceptable, and the values of the tree warrant that risk. So a technician arborist has the skills to make these calls, and that's the information that we would be seeking from the arborist. If an action was required, they would write a brief report saying that it was required because of X, Y, and Z.
But isn't imminent just refers to time, and as the chair pointed out, whereas unacceptable risk looks at time, but it looks at probability, looks at consequences. Are they the same thing, or are they in fact different?
So the risk models generally will work to what's a likely occurrence within the next calendar year. So we work to those. Actually, David,
Want me to jump in?
do you want to jump in and explain?
Yeah. Sorry. I'm happy to help. So there is a bit of a difference actually between imminent and unacceptable risk, in my opinion. Leon's correct that generally an unacceptable risk is something that's going to happen relatively quickly to an acceptable risk, let's say. We do use, there's 3 accepted methodologies. One of them's two of them are quantitative, one of them's qualitative, but they both talk about the likelihood of failure within a time frame, and then the subsequent consequences of that tree, part, fall or failure. So the first thing we generally do is the consequences part. If there's no one or nothing there for the tree to fall on, then the risk is irrelevant and we're not worried about it. But with trees that are highly likely to fail, or more than, at the more likely end of the scale to fail, if they're going to fall on something, then the risk becomes unacceptable and action needs to be taken. Now, that may be tree removal, it may be pruning work, it may actually be an exclusion zone if the tree is that valuable that we want to stop people entering the failure footprint in a park or area where it's easy to do that. So there is a difference between imminent failure and unacceptable risk, and I think it might be easier, given that we're talking about using those 3 methods, to start talking about risk posed and unacceptable levels of risk, or extreme, I think, is the alternative wording for the unacceptable risk from one of the other methodologies, and then it's not acceptable, I think, is the third output. So any of those 3 are quite clear, but there is a difference between risk posed and imminent failure, because if it's imminently going to fall on nothing, we're not worried about it.
Well, currently the question is a threat to the safety of people and property. At what within what time period would that be unacceptable?
Yeah, I'm just thinking a bit further on that, and I guess what we used to think about when I was processing consents more regularly is, is there time for a resource consent to be processed to deal with this issue? If there's not, then action needs to be taken, and this is for pruning that would be required beyond the standard. So for a large branch or removal of the tree, is there a risk that this could fail between now and a resource consent being processed and granted? And if there is that risk there, then that's imminent. So that's the difference between doing it without a resource consent or actually applying and gaining a resource consent. That's the sort of time frames that I think we used to work.
That's eminently pragmatic, Mr. Saxon. I suppose the question to Ms. Racklin, is she going to put her faith in her consents team? Like, I know what the Act says, but if that pragmatic response is what imminent means in an RMA world, is that a month?
Yeah, it's something I can come.
By consent application.
Yeah, I suppose there's different ways of looking at that. So in the time frame between a consent or not being required. I suppose I just wanted to clarify something as well about the submissions on this particular point. So there is a sort of generic submission around significant adverse financial effects, and a submission from Mr. Partridge around industry standards in relation to rules, but we haven't had a specific submission on the words serious imminent threat. So I just wanted to raise that for you so we're aware in terms of, I know it's come through from the SNA's topic as well, but just wanted to clarify that. So I haven't turned my mind fully to.
Yes, I'll put a big asterisk on my pad. But is it a month? Is that what we're talking about? If the test is how, what would be, or is it 2 months?
I think I'd hesitate to put a time frame specifically on it. I'm just hearing, and it'd be interesting to hear from, if the question does come up as well, to Mr. Partridge, but I would hesitate to put an exact time frame on it.
Well, I suppose at the moment you've got a fudgy time frame that people could argue what it means. But Mr. Saxon, assume it was 2 months. Does the depths of your professional knowledge and expertise extend to predicting whether a tree is going to fail and fall on somebody within 2 months?
Unfortunately, no. We can't say that it's definitely going to occur now, tomorrow, or in 2 months or longer. That's not something we can predict. We can put it into brackets in terms of a likelihood of failure. So generally, one of the methods that we use that David was referring to, where it's quantitative, is it works in brackets. So, we'll start at one end of the spectrum, 7 or 1. 1 being that it's, pretty much certainly going to happen within the next year. 7 being that it's not going to happen. And then we'll work our way from one end to the other and come up with a probability of failure. And that helps us to work out what the probability, the risk of harm is overall once we've put in all our other bits of data, like what is the target and what's the consequence. So we can work it out as a probability, but we can't give a real time frame around it, unfortunately.
I think the words that Ms. Racklin quotes are serious imminent threat. If she were to come to you and say, look at this tree, tell me whether there is a serious imminent threat to the safety of people and property, could you tell her the answer, yes or no?
Yes, I think I could. In a lot of situations, you would be able to say, if there's a double-stemmed tree and it's got a crack between the two stems, and that crack is opening and closing, and it's going to fall on a highway, then I would be saying, yes, that is a serious imminent threat, and we need to remove this tree. There is always going to be some that are a bit greyer than that, but there is often a lot of times where we would say, yes, it's imminent.
Well, that's helpful in itself. So that Ms. Racklin could ponder the consequence of a permitted activity rule that depends on an expert judgment. But I've forgotten those rules. I'll end up discussing them with Mr. Whittington on Wednesday.
That was me. That was it.
That's all?
Yeah.
I think we're good. I think we just got Mr. Spencer. I'm not sure how many questions we will have for Mr. Spencer, given that he's chipped in along the way. But so
I don't think I've got
Mr. Williams?
No, I think Mr. Spencer has answered everything that I have on my list. Thank you.
Mr. Sinclair?
Yep, no, nothing for me.
Nothing further from me.
Well, that's an easy one, Mr. Spencer. I didn't have anything either.
Excellent.
So you picked your entrance well. Thank you both for your contributions. So it's really helpful. Quite difficult things for us to get to grips with, but so we appreciate your contribution, and we'll move on.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think you better tell Mr. Racklin that his starring role has finally arrived. We should adjourn for 5 minutes so he doesn't end up running in the door and get himself set up. So resuming stream 3 hearing, Mr. Rackling, you have two 42A reports, one on contaminated land and on the other on hazardous substances.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, panel. So, yes, I'm the author for the Section 42A reports on hazardous substances and contaminated land. I did also prepare a supplementary statement. That was in response to the oil company's statement. And in there, I outlined two changes I wish to make to my recommendations. So the first of those was to objective CL01 in the contaminated land chapter. I agree with the oil companies, and I have recommended revised wording for that objective. That means that accordingly my recommendation in relation to their submission point 123.3 changes from reject to accept in part. And I've put accept in part because whilst I agree with the intent of this submission point, I have suggested some slightly different wording. The second change I've set out in my supplementary statement is of a more minor nature. There's a D missing in the word demonstrate. So it just reads better with that D. But beyond those two changes, no other changes to my recommendations, and happy to move to questions.
My question about your suggested amendment to respond to the oil companies, does safety for human health arise in a vacuum, or does it depend on the nature of the use being made of the land?
So in terms of?
That if the proposal is to put a big concrete pad on the top and then put something on top of the concrete pad, you might consider it is safe for the use of the people in whatever building is on the concrete pad. If the proposal is for something different, it might not be safe. So does it depend on the use being made of the land?
It will certainly depend on the use and the context of what you're addressing. But I think it's the point there is that the objective is trying to recognise the need to undertake the investigations first, and then as part of an ongoing process to achieve the outcome, which is to made safe for human health, which links back to the actual NES on contaminated soils.
Like the concept that I had in mind, like I understand exactly why you've moved. You're responding to the reasoning in the oil company's submission, but does it need to say on the end, made safe for human health given the proposed use of the land?
Sorry, I see where you're coming from. Yes, you're absolutely correct. Yes.
And of course, I wanted to end it slightly differently. Because it just says for human health, but what is about human health? Would it be made safe for, isn't it for the purpose for the protection of human health rather than just human health for any particular reason? It was quite helpful that you rejected it in the 42A and you thought about it. There was other bits that they included weren't particularly helpful, such as including management and objective. And I think the reading is it's contaminated land is identified before its subdivision change of use, but and made safe for the protection of human health was how so that it said something as similar as the chair said. What is it about human health that it's being conducted, the outcome that you're seeking?
I think I would go and take it back to the NESCS because that's what this chapter is about. And I think you're right, that's probably more concerned with protection of human health.
It's in the way I read that was because it was in the title.
The concept is, if it's contaminated, something needs to change so that human health is protected.
Yeah, and
So that kind of concept.
yeah, and I'm looking back at the NES, and that's what it's about. So I think those two amendments from the chair and from Commissioner Sinclair, I think would work to make that a more precise objective.
Any other questions on supplementary statement? Well then, let's talk about the contaminated land 42A, which is Commissioner Sinclair.
That's my one question, because it was in there already before the supplementary came in. But, you know, as I said, I noticed that Mr. Radcliffe had recommended rejecting it, so fine. I didn't have anything else in relation to contaminated land.
I had one question about the paragraph 61 and 62, and this may not be in scope, as no doubt Ms. Sweetman will point out. The question for you is, in the context of contaminated land and protection of human health, will there be situations where minimise is not good enough? However you define minimise, it's not good enough because it's, well, to use the currency of the phrase, it's an environmental bottom line.
Just want to bring up the actual provisions, just so I can get the context.
So it's policy CL2, PL2, P2, minimise the risk by doing this, that, or the next thing.
Yes, I could probably think through scenarios where I think the point you're making about whether minimise actually takes it far enough without some, do you minimise to an acceptable level, or are you just minimising and it still presents a danger? So I can see that bit of nuancing might be something that's needed in that policy.
The chair's asked previous people about whether like a definition of minimise, which would include to an acceptable level. I suppose it's a matter of that even if the minimise means the same thing and it's defined throughout the plan, then potentially adding something minimise to an acceptable level when you've already got as far as practical, it might not.
Yes.
The twain may not meet.
It may not within that sort of context, but
Yeah.
within when looking at policy in pure isolation, I'd say it needs some sort of fine tuning. But as a broader issue, if we're accepting minimise to mean a particular outcome in terms of it's the unwritten bit of the up to an acceptable level, as opposed to just to a practicable level or something, then that would take care of that point. But it's whether it's needed within here to just get that clarity.
It might be, though, as the chair, it could be that, mitigation in terms of works that are undertaken to mitigate that soil, either, I don't know, covering it so it's acceptable for the intended use, taking it away, or something, if that's a form of mitigation. then it might be something, because the Wakakotahi submissions across the entire plan, just to try and get rid of the word mitigate rather than look at it.
Reverse, they're getting rid of minimised and substituting mitigate.
Mitigate, yes, whichever way it's.
Not on this policy, no.
So
It's not necessarily helpful to, what is it? It's every time it's used, it's within the context that's used. So, probably, yeah.
So, and coming back, there is an issue about whether any changes are within scope. I think we should just leave that thought with you. There is an outstanding issue about, from stream 1, whether we provide a definition of minimise that it means as far as practicable, which would arguably take it in the wrong direction in this context,
Yes.
away from an environmental bottom line, or further away from an environmental bottom line than as far as possible would be. And it may be that we have no submissions that would enable a substantive change to it anyway. So, as I say, could we just leave that thought with you to report and reply? Any other questions on contaminated? Yes.
I don't have a question, I just have a request that could you please take the apostrophe out of its in your in C1 CL01 when you insert it back into the new set of rules. Thank you.
It's grammar. It's almost a religious type thing.
Yes, the only time an apostrophe appears in its is when it means it is. That's the grammar police rule for the day.
Yes.
Thank you. I'll take that on board.
If we could now move to hazardous substances. Commissioner Sinclair.
Okay, paragraphs 42 to 47. This is about the inclusion of the term protection from residual risk and from any unacceptable level. Were the oil companies helpful enough to say what an unacceptable level of risk was? Did they refer to high PAP 4 or anything like that?
No, it was more of an approach of it's about it's not a no risk approach, so it's about setting some sort of threshold, but they didn't identify a particular metric or anything like that.
Right. No, I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Mr. Racklin, going to your paragraph 59. Suggests that the oil company submission would result in a threshold test rather than an effects management regime. And I'm thinking that, well, the existing text has a threshold test, so I'm not sure whether that's an answer.
So in the, so this is policy has P3, which is the residual risk to overlays.
Oh, yeah. Oh, P3. I'm looking at the one above it, so that might explain why I'm getting myself confused.
So policy has P2 was the one where they wanted additional word and put in because it was the Wales word currently was it didn't elevate or void above remedy or mitigate.
Yep. And you use similar language, and the P3 uses similar language.
So what would the result would be that the two policies would now have similar hierarchy.
Gotcha. It was just me.
Yep.
Sorry, I was looking at the wrong policy immediately above. So thank you for that. Commissioner Williams, any questions on this?
No questions.
Mr. Porirua?
Nothing further from me either.
Well, short and sweet, Mr. Racklin.
Yeah, okay.
You've got a couple of hours to figure out how you're going to get home.
Yes, that'll be a challenge, I have to say.
Well, that will be the end of the day for day 2. We'll adjourn and back what time? What's that?
So, it's scheduled
Well, say 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock tomorrow.